Good morning. Good morning to all. At this time, I am going to call us to order, and I would ask that we all stand for invocation, and please remain standing to the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to the Texas flag following invocation. And thank you so much for Mr. Is it Warwick? Mr. Warwick has offered to give invocation this morning, and if you'll just take the podium, and if all would silence their phones. Please bow your heads.
Heavenly Father, we come before you as always, thanking you for your mercy and your grace towards us. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your Spirit and his divine leading of us. And I pray, Heavenly Father, that he direct us today in all the proceedings that will happen here. I pray in all things that we are a people that keep to your word, and in all things, Heavenly Father, just are light and truth in the midst of this world, showing truly your divine guidance and your calling on our lives. So we submit all things unto you today in the name of your Son. In Jesus' name we pray these things. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Beautifully done, sir. Thank you. At this time, I'll note for the clerk that the time is 9:11 a.m. We are here in Nueces County Courthouse on the third floor, 901 Leopard, Commissioner's Courtroom. And I do acknowledge Commissioner Brent Chesney participating virtually and on the line here with us, as well as all other commissioners. And so therefore, having seen a full seating here, I do certify to you, ma'am, that a quorum is present. I'd ask Timothy to proceed with our safety briefing.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
morning.
We're meeting here today on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse at 901 Leopard Street. There are restrooms located on the right-hand side of the floor, past the drinking fountains. There are 6 fire extinguishers located throughout the third floor atrium area. Please make note of the closest fire extinguisher near you. AED devices are located on every floor throughout the Nueces County Courthouse. In the event of a cardiac emergency, this floor's AED device is located next to the Human Resources Office on the right-hand side as you exit the courtroom. Participants responsible for dialing 911 today will be Connie. Participants who are CPR certified in attendance this morning are Dale and myself, although anyone can render aid. In the event of evacuation, this court's egress route will be down the atrium stairs, exiting the LaPine Street entrance, and dispersing in the parking lot across the street for security purposes. Should there be a need to shelter in place, the court and attendees will remain in the courtroom. Depending upon the severity of the incidents, the courtroom's double doors will be secured and will remain so until further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our sheriff's safety topics for today are: the elevator capacity within the courthouse has been increased to four at this time. Heat safety, ensure you adequate hydration, wear light clothing, periodic breaks if you're working outside, avoid or minimize caffeine intake if working outdoors. Even if you work indoors, you can still become a heat casualty with a lack of hydration. That concludes my safety brief, Judge.
I'm going to take heed. Thank you so much, an important safety briefing. At this time, I'll note for the record that I have 2 public speakers on my sign-in sheet, but I'd ask the deputy to look outside. And for the folks in the audience, if you do wish to make public comment, it's helpful for us if you'd please sign this sheet. I also would ask that anybody online, if you raise your hand virtually, we can call on you. Seeing no member of the public in the hallway, I'll ask if there's any member of our audience that wishes to sign this sheet. Okay, seeing none, I'll call Mr. Tyner Little to the podium to to be followed by District Clerk Lorenzen.
Good morning. This is our first installment of Dog of the Week. In efforts to find homes for people in the Nueces County animal care facilities, we're going to try to get a Dog of the Week every court date, and I will sign up
Thank you.
for public comment. This is Charlie, a lab mix, and I would say there could be a little pit bull in there, but I'm no expert. Charlie comes in at 55 pounds. So if there's anybody in the public interested in providing a forever home for this beautiful dog, please contact Nueces County Animal Care Services in Robstown in Commissioner Mata's precinct building. And you can probably go by and visit with Charlie. And so we hope Charlie finds a good home.
Thank you for that public comment. We'll call on District Clerk Ann Lorenzen at this time.
Good morning, Judge Canales and Commissioners. I just want to say again how grateful I am that I have the support that I have from all of you regarding my plan for archiving the district clerk's records. And today I want to present to you a shadow box that was given to us by COFILE. I'm going to let Kathy Drolay do a little bit more talking, but it shows what we have done with the first ever minutes of the 28th District Court. Now, the 28th District Court is not the 28th District Court of Nueces County. It is the 28th District Court that was set up in Texas. So those minutes go back to the middle 1800s. And Kathy found them, and I'm so grateful that she did. And so I'm going to have her come up, but I just wanted to tell you that's how old some of my records are.
Thank you, Ann, and Judge and Commissioners, we're very grateful for your continued support with restoring and preserving the history of Nueces County, as well as helping to modernize the court system and the land and vital system. We're very grateful for your support. And this shadow box frame, I'm just going to read from a prepared statement, if that's okay. CoFiled Technologies is pleased to donate 2 commemorative shadow box displays for the Nueces District Clerk's historical record books. These frame displays emphasize the important investment that Nueces County has made to ensure the survival of these historical records. Each pair of covers is mounted on matte black board, cased in glass, and framed in a handsome dark wood. It's actually dark oak from East Texas. These may be wall-mounted in a visible public area to maximize exposure, providing the citizens of Nueces County with an example of the significance of preserving and protecting these critical governmental records. A professional display of these book covers will demonstrate Nueces County's commitment to ensuring the integrity of its permanent retention and historical records for future generations. These displays will serve as a reminder of the importance of maintaining public records. And again, we're grateful and thankful for your support, and I think that Tyner could unveil this shadow box frame. I believe this is volume A of, we have 2 of them. One is volume A, one is volume B. This is volume A. And the original district court minutes go back to the mid-1800s. So here we go. That's the original binder with duct tape
Oh,
and
wow.
everything.
Beautiful. Isn't that beautiful? May we turn it around for the audience to see? And
That black binder is the binder that all of my archive records will be stored in. So you're getting an idea of what we will have. And I have volume B in my office. I thought I could only handle one of these shadow boxes today.
Really incredible.
And Kathy told me this morning that she will be telling CoFile that we're ready to have our first group of archived paperwork delivered to my office, and I already have shelving for it, and we'll have it set up in my office.
Super exciting.
So, thank you all very much
Thank
again.
you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you. As the audience knows, both at home, watching virtually, and here with us, we typically don't remark back in public comment. It's the time for the public to speak to us. But I'll write my name down just to say bravo. That is so exciting, and I'm also very proud to be a part of the court that has not only committed to history, but to modernization. At this time, I show no other public comment, and so I'd like to proceed on to the item number F, which is adopting resolutions, proclamations, and orders. And we'll begin with recognition, item number 1 of Julia Gilliam. She is our 2021 Student Heroes Award. She has received this award from the State Board of Education, District 2. She's here with us, and Tyner has a resolution to read.
Julia, if you want to stand up with me. Julia is no stranger to this courtroom. There's going to be a line in the resolution that talks about the last time she was here. This is recognizing Julia Gilliam receiving the 2021 Student Heroes Award. Whereas Julia Gilliam, who was chosen to receive the 2021 Student Heroes Award for State Board of Education District 2, whereas the Student Heroes Award program recognizes Texas students who do an outstanding volunteer service that benefits their fellow students, schools, and/or their communities. Whereas Julia was one of only 12 students selected statewide this year who will receive this prestigious award for the acts of kindness, charity, and selfless service she has given to our community. Whereas on Friday, June 25th, 2021, at the Texas State Board of Education General Meeting, a resolution will be read in Julia's honor. Whereas Julia Gilliam is no stranger to such accolades, being recognized by this Commissioner's Court on the 9th day of September 2020 for mobilizing 300-plus 4-H and FFA youth and adults, community leaders, and other volunteers for a 3-hour beach cleanup south of Bob Hall Pier. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioner's Court of Nueces County hereby recognizes Julia Gilliam for her good deeds, accomplishments, and for being awarded by the Texas State Board of Education as a 2021 student hero. Further, the court encourages the citizens of Nueces County to join the court in this recognition for Julia's selfless contributions to our community.
So moved.
And I'll okay, motion and a second, and I'll call for discussion at this time.
Commissioner Chesney has his hand up.
Commissioner Chesney, thank you. Will you proceed?
We're just going to keep a permanent spot here for you, Julia, to keep bringing you back for all the great accolades and recognition that you continue to bring to Nueces County and yourself and your family. And I'm very sorry that I'm not there today in person, but I just wanted to make sure and say how continually proud we are of everything that you've done and everything that you've accomplished. And when the judge read this to us, I think at the last meeting or whenever she read it, there was no surprise or no shock in the room because we've just come to expect this from you. And I reached out to your mom on Facebook to congratulate you, and I'm sure she probably passed that on to you. But I just want to say you're a shining example of what we love to see and are so proud of what you've accomplished with this great award. And and I think the judge put this one on the agenda. When I put the other one on the agenda back in September, I just remember being out there and being so impressed at how effective you were as a leader in regards to that beach cleanup that you orchestrated. My back's still a little sore from picking up trash that day, but it was really amazing to have all the people that you had out there from all walks of life that came out to help you do what you did was amazing. And this too is an amazing accomplishment. So congratulations. So very, very proud of you. Always great to see you. And I wish you nothing but the best. And I know your parents are very, very, very proud of you, as they should be. So congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, would anybody else like to make comments?
I think we've said before when you've been here, it's always the right way to start off a court meeting when sometimes the issues get tough, the debates go long and strong. But to start off with what's positive in our community, and especially from our young people, and just it always is a pleasure for me, and just really a time of pride to celebrate the work that you've done and all our young people. But thank you so much for how you represent your family, your community. And so, like Commissioner said, we look forward to seeing you here often. And of course, we wish you the best in your future education and hope that you come back home. So, thank you.
You know, it's
Commissioners?
good when we have all the athletes come over here and all the sport guys and girls come here for a good job they do in the fields and all that. But, you know, when somebody does good in education, it's really something special, really special to me, you know. And 'cause I think when somebody excels in education, they're going to go a long ways, a long ways. So keep on doing what you're doing. Keep on doing it right. It's like Nike says, right? Just do it. Right? So I just want to tell you, a scholarship, they're out there. In fact, I have a program to get scholarships. You know, if you want to call me, and maybe we'll put you on the list. All right? So again, I want to tell you congratulations, you and your family. All right? Thank you very much. Good luck
I as
and God
well
bless.
would like to congratulate you and your family. What you've done is remarkable for being such a young lady. We don't see too many young people getting involved. But of course, congratulations to your parents, because all these young people that do like yourself starts at home, okay? So congratulations again. Please keep doing what you're doing. Congratulations to your parents, to your family. Thank you, young lady.
But it started with the grandparents, remember that.
Julia, we'd love to hear from you, but first, let me just say, I mean, you know, this job has a lot of burdens, and it has so many blessings. You are one of mine. You touched me the minute I met you. I mean, I've become a sap this last year because you're the type of individual that touches other people, from the children with disabilities and the All-Star Show to the people that really don't, you know, have left their trash behind, that we're there to pick up for them even though they haven't taken care of us. You are extraordinary. And for the Texas Board of Education to really stop and recognize you, I feel good about, you've always been our hero here. But how wonderful is it for our entire Lone Star State to say, yes, thank you, Julia. So you've represented us so well with the green jacket. You're an amazing ambassador for us. We know that you are, the best is truly yet to come for you. But let us this is our moment to say thank you to you and continue to inspire all the young, you know, FFA and the 4-H folks, because they do look up to you. And they know now that if there is a problem or a need or a gap, that you don't have to have adults, that you yourself can find ways to create new programs, which you did. And I know you'd be the first to say that you had a lot of help, and I know that's true. But leadership requires somebody stepping into that arena first, and you did that. And so we are indebted to you, and just as the commissioners have remarked, we look forward to having you often and back again to celebrate your future achievements. We're wishing you the very best. And again, we'd love to be able to honor you with official commemoration of the recognition that was read. Commissioner Chesney, I'm going to ask that maybe Julia come back to get your signature so it can be perfectly complete, but we'll present it to her today. You can fill in that blank, because I know you want to, when she becomes the first female president, you might want to say that you signed on to how great she was. And I'd vote for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, anyway, Julia, we'd love to hear from you, and then we'd love to have the honor of taking a photo with you.
I just want to say thank you for all of your kind words and your continued support. No matter what event I do, I always get a call from at least one of you, if not all of you, to say just thank you for doing it and for making an event like that. So I just want to thank you for always supporting me and always being there. So, and I'm not done yet. I have another year, so hopefully you'll see me soon.
I know. I can't wait to see what, as they say, what she comes up with next. Julia, what we usually do is we'll invite you up here with us, and Tyner can take a photo, or maybe Flo would be so kind. We'd love to invite, or please recognize any special people in your life that are here with you. We'd love to be able to acknowledge them as well. Who do you have here with you?
I have my parents, Suzanne and Mark Gilliam, and my grandparents, John Green and Claire Green.
Well, to the Gilliams and to the Greens, thank you for sharing. Thank you for bringing this beautiful life into this world, and thank you for living in Nueces County. Why don't you all come up front, and we'll be able to take a photo with you. Oh, we do. Thank you. The clerk has reminded me, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, come on up front. Do you think, would you like, is it easier for
Thank
you
you.
here, Tyner? Is it easier for you up here for us?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And we got Commissioner Chesney in the background.
Oh, look at you. There you go.
Virtual picture.
Thank you. Here's the official. I'm gonna take this off because you don't need that little sticker, okay? Yeah. There you go. Okay, hold that there.
Could I get one with my grandparents?
Yes. And grandparents and parents, join us up here. Or would you rather us down there?
Okay, y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And we can do another one.
Yeah, we're gonna put them right here, Julia. There's plenty of room. Commissioner, would you move that to the very back? Mrs. Green?
Thank you, Judge Canales.
It's an honor to have you here, ma'am. Mr. Green? Hi, Suzanne, Mark. I'm gonna let you come right up here in front of me, and I'll come in the back. I'm wearing espadrilles today. I got a little height on me. Here we go.
Hey, Connie, can you turn the camera so I can see up front?
Flo, do you have us?
Smile, keep smiling.
There we go.
Okay, y'all ready? Oh, hang on.
Smile this way.
Hang on just a second. I'm trying to get that glass out of the way. There we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
I got
Got
it.
yours? Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Judge. Thank you for all this.
Such a wonderful girl. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're gonna get to you. That's okay, then maybe just pick it up. Okay. Okay, thanks. All right. Okay, so I have been informed, we have the High Fernese Girls Club here. And then, Tyner, is Miss Beard on the phone, or do we have Stop the Bleed here? Oh, hi. Are you okay for one more? And then, okay, we'll do High Fernese, and then we're gonna come out of order, to take, Karen, so that we can get you to where you need to be. Plus, this kind of makes you have a good day. Once you kind of like are here for a few minutes, it just changes your whole affect, this first part of the. So Tyner, we have item number 2 in recognition of the 90th anniversary of the High Fernese Club. And, oh, there they are. Hi, ladies, welcome. Welcome, Terry. Welcome to the High Fernese Club. Tyner, would you proceed?
Yes, Judge. Whereas the High Fernese Girls Club was formed for the sole purpose of honoring the graduating seniors of Corpus Christi High School. The founders included 13 young men and women. Within 6 months, the club disbanded and became known as the High Fernese Girls Club. The High Fernese Girls Club was then organized with Mrs. Hortensia Zamudio Galvan serving as the first president for the 1931-1932 year. The club not only continued with its most important task of honoring the graduating seniors from Corpus Christi High School, which was eventually Roy Miller High School, but also began hosting activities and dances during the year to provide wholesome entertainment for Corpus Christi's Hispanic youth. Further, the High Fernese Girls Club is the oldest Hispanic American girls club in the United States. Whereas High Fernese, meaning friendly and gracious, was chosen as the name for the club, the name epitomizes the goals of the founding charter members, Lorenza Perales Orsuaga, Beatriz Flores Castillo, Annie Stevens Castro, Lupe Avalos Davila, Elodina Murray Flores, Hortensia Zamudio Galvan, Angelita Mendez Garcia, Lupe Cavazos Garza, Angelica Rodriguez Lopez, Blanca Teles Medina, Isidra Ramirez, and Irene Luna Steele. Whereas the High Fernese Girls Club has a distinguished history of community service involving children's hospitals, nursing home visitations, food collection for the needy, and promoting positive values for its members. For 90 years, young women have been exposed to leadership opportunities, social skills, education, values, and the importance of teamwork. Being friendly, promoting goodwill, and establishing long-lasting friendships are the same goals today as they were in 1931 and are the reason for the club's longevity. The High Fernese draws its elite membership from all of Corpus Christi and surrounding area high schools. The bonds Fernese draws its elite membership, the bonds that are formed by these young women will be a lifetime reward of friendships and a sisterhood of ex-members. Whereas the ex-High Fernese Girls Club alumni thanks all the sponsors who have supplied the resources, commitment, and leadership skills to help the club continue for 90 years. Thanks to 2021 officers, Bethany Leal, President Faith Reyes, Vice President, Abigail San Miguel, Secretary, Jezebel Villar, Treasurer, Olivia Rocha, Business Manager, Emily Rodriguez, Parliamentarian, Emma Rodriguez, Historian, and Ileana Garcia, Sweetheart. A special thanks and tribute to Miss Lori Galan Garcia, who has been the sponsor for the last 10-plus years and who has given so graciously of her time and efforts to help the club reach their goals every year. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas hereby recognizes the High Fernese Girls Club for its success and hereby congratulates them on this occasion of its 90th anniversary and for its fine representation and commitment to the citizens of Nueces County, Texas.
That's wonderful. Is there a motion for such resolution? And a second. Motion and a second, and I'd call for a discussion this time, and the court recognizes Lori Galan Garcia and Terry Longoria. And I don't know if you'd like to just introduce to us who you have here. I noticed Miss May Nardone got up very quickly to make sure we knew she was a High Fernese. And we're so happy that that just worked out. I don't think May knew that today, that they were going to be recognized, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that my mother was also a High Fernese. And was she a sweetheart, Terry?
Yes, she was.
She was a sweetheart.
Yes.
We won't, she's watching, so I better not, I'm not saying the year, Mom. I'm not gonna do it. But she's as beautiful now as she was in that year. Lori, would you like to just tell us who you have here? And then we'd like to wish you a very happy 90th anniversary.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate it. We have Olivia Rocha. We have Ileana Garcia, Emily Rodriguez, Alyssa Chavez, Juliana Peña. Then we have Alyssa Saenz, Abigail San Miguel, Emma Rodriguez, Jezebel Villarreal, and Megan Valdez. I'm sorry. I was going to say Vasquez, yeah. And we're so appreciative of you honoring us, and it's been a great 90, I haven't been there 90 years, but I was in it on the 49th, 50th, and 51st anniversaries. And never knew that it would be here 90 years, much less my daughter being in it. And then, of course, now sponsored. So we're so excited and look to another 90 years. I'm hoping to still be here. Terry, you have anything?
Good morning, everybody. We also forgot to introduce the president right here. And of course, you know May.
Yeah.
May used to be a president, and she was in it when my daughters were in it,
goodness.
yes. So we have a lot of, like Betty Jean Longoria.
Yes.
She used to be a High Fernese, so we have such wonderful role models for these young ladies. And a little secret for the commissioners, the person that escorted the most ladies was Judge Jag.
Oh, my goodness.
We went back to look
You
in
made him
the-
blush.
We went back to look at the annual books. Oh, yeah, that he escorted her. Oh, yeah, he escorted her. Geez, should we give him some kind of an award? Just kidding, Judge. But we're just very fortunate to still be here. The ladies, these young ladies, it's hard now. It was a lot easier because we had simpler things to do. For them, it's really hard now because of the way the, economy is and the things they have to deal with in school and what have you. So I commend them for stepping up and their little leadership skills. And I hope that we have instilled in them the same passion. And by the way, Barbara, that's how I first met your mother, in the High Ferdices. And we do have a sisterhood, her and I.
That's what I wanted to say, is that, ladies, the sisterhood that you've built, it lasts forever. And the friendships that Miss Longoria and my mother, all of you are still
Yes.
friends.
Yes.
And in fact, they address each other as, oh, we were in the High Ferdices
Yes.
together.
Yeah.
That's usually how it begins
Yes.
in a story.
Oh, there's my ex-Haifa friend, or, something
Yes.
to do with that. Always, always. So thank you all, Commissioners Court. Thank you, Barbara,
Yes.
for what you did.
Well, we're just so pleased to have you here, and I know all of the commissioners want to say a quick congratulations, but I wanted to leave you with something that I tell my girls, is that if you're lucky enough to find sisters that are not born necessarily of your mother, either in her womb or under her heart, you are so lucky. And my mother loves to wear Chanel. And so I love this one quote that I've chosen for you, because you remind me of my mom here today. And Coco Chanel, who's a very fabulous woman, she said a girl should always be two things. Are you ready? Who and what she wants. Don't forget that. You get to decide. Nobody decides for you. You get to say who you want to be, what you want out of life. And my other icon for women is Maya Angelou, who, by the way, I just heard, I think is going to be on is she going to be on the new stamp? On a coin. And I'm so excited. And so this is my inspiration for myself today, to remind myself and to remind you. If you are always trying to be normal, you'll never know how amazing you can be. So normal is highly overrated. Don't be normal. Be amazing. And that's why Miss Longoria and Miss Galan Garcia have gathered you in this sisterhood to teach you not only the etiquette of being a very fine lady, but to teach you how to be a fierce female warrior. And that's what I know amazing is inside of you. So I'm just so pleased to share 90 years of this beautiful club. And remember your history. Today we have the Nueces County Historical Commission. You just saw a little while ago the documents of our minutes. You represent history. You are the legacy of the first Hispanic girls' club in this country. And you know why? Because there was a time, don't ever forget it, where we were not allowed in the other clubs. This is why it happened. History, if we forget it, it'll be repeated. Thank God we don't have those times. But thank you for sharing your rich cultural history with other girls. Now we can share our history and be proud of it. We're no longer segregated, but we can experience our culture together. So you really have made an indelible impact on Corpus Christi and Nueces County. And don't forget to thank Ms. Longoria and Ms. Galan Garcia, because without their assistance and help during a very challenging year, you would not be able to have had all the fun and experiences that you did. So again, happy birthday. Commissioners, would you all also like to extend a warm welcome to these beautiful girls?
Judge, can I just say one more thing?
Yes.
We have 90 years of invitations, books, poster, everything that we've collected for over 90 years. It took us 5 years, but they're in the archives at Texas A&M University under Hypernesia Girls Club. And so you are welcome, anyone, to go and see what all we have gathered we have ladies whose mother died but were members back then, and they donated the stuff their mothers had been saving. So it's a really interesting collection.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
I just want to say congratulations to y'all. I used to attend those dances that Hypernesis made with, I don't know, generally it's probably going to say, who? Rudy and the Reno Bobs and Little Joe.
Yes.
And I also want to embarrass Commissioner Jack again, because he used to be in the Paracotines Boys Club. And that's how he got the advantage of walking all those young ladies.
Now we know.
So,
My husband was too. Yeah.
So anyway, congratulations again on your 90th year, okay? And there was 3 people that made good dances here. It was the Hypernesis, Paracotines, and Domingo Peña.
There you go.
Now, John, if you escorted people, we're all in trouble. Did you escort people too?
No,
Thank you.
I do want to welcome these young ladies here and, of course, celebrate the anniversary and say hi to Jez. Hi, Jez. So I know Jezebel. So it's great to see these young ladies, and I know that they are leaders already in our community and will continue to be in the future. So thank you.
You know, since y'all put me in a spot, Terry,
Yes.
I just want to say thank you to Terry and thank you to Laurie for doing what you do, taking your time. Because it takes somebody like you guys to really spend some time with young ladies to get them in the right direction, get them in the right. You know, Hypernesia has been around 90 years, you said, right? But, you know, it's not about just the Hypernesia don't make you. You make the Hypernesia. What you do is what makes the Hypernesia keep on going. You know, it's always been about giving. The Hypernesia has always been about giving, helping somebody else out. Nursing homes, the needy, you know, and they're volunteering to do something good for somebody else, not for yourself, but for somebody else. You know, what every girl had 3 years, it's still 3 years right there that you got.
Yes.
You know, I was the only one that was there 10 years, right? I was there 10 years in the Hypernesis. And I said, not a member of the Hypernesis, but as Terry member, because she was one of my best basketball players. I coached the Hypernesis, basketball, volleyball, baseball, you know, and that's why I was an escort guy, because I was the coach, right? Not because of anything else, I was the coach, you know? And then I got married, and then it was me and Mr. and Mrs. Coach. Remember, Terry?
Yes.
You know,
Yes,
so,
sir.
and my wife was the scorekeeper, and I was a coach. So I helped the Hypernesis for about 10 years. Not only that, but parents would leave, and are you gonna be the sponsor for tonight? You gonna be the chaperones? Yes, we will.
Yeah.
So the parents would go, and during the socials, we were the chaperones. So I kind of lived in, you know, with a lot of the Hypernesis, right? I mean, of course, back in my age, Terry was there, and, you know, we're good basketball players, and always number one, Terry, always
Yes,
number
sir.
one, right?
Yes, sir.
So I want to congratulations, guys, for taking part in wanting to give of yourself to somebody else. That's what you're doing. I want to thank you, because it's got to come from the heart, and I know that the Hypernesis have heart. So keep on it with your education, which is very important. Okay?
Thank
God
you,
bless-
ladies.
God
Thank
bless
you.
Thank
Excuse me,
you.
Judge, if I
Yes.
might just add,
Yes,
and I
of course.
apologize for forgetting, I'd like to remember Mr. Johnny Lanise and Nate Lanise.
Yes.
They used to be your chaperones as
They
well.
used to- Yes.
So thanks to
Yes.
them, to their
Yes.
families.
Yeah.
Thank
And-
you.
And for a few years, it was Johnny and Nati who are my compadres, and my husband and I. And then my husband says, do they do retirement in this job? Because I don't like it.
Yeah, we retired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Oh, forgive me, we have a hand up. Let's, one more moment of praise, Terry. Commissioner Chesney is virtual, you can see him behind me. Commissioner, please
Unmute.
unmute yourself. There we go. Hold on.
There we go.
There we are.
And I certainly wanted to add my praise and my support and a happy birthday wish. And I'm so glad to know the secret of Joe Gonzalez's vote getting, because now I know where he really gets all of his votes from all the years he spent with this wonderful organization. But seriously, congratulations, and you do great work, and it's very much appreciated. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. We have a resolution. Let's see. Do I have it now, Tyner? Let's see. Yes, I have it here. I'd like to present it to you, Terry, or with your president. Would you like to approach?
I'd rather Lori and.
Lori, that's
Lori.
fine. All three of
Both
you.
of you come on, Terry.
Let me do this. There's a lot of you girls. If we can be efficient, if y'all want to, it's tough, I know, with the courtroom design the way it is right now, but if y'all wanted to come in here, we'd put a few of you back here, and then the president, Lori and Terry here, I'm coming down, and then let's take a picture quickly, and then, put as many girls as you can, yeah, here. It's great to meet you all.
Welcome, young ladies.
Great. Y'all made my day being here today.
How you doing? Congratulations.
You can see. Let me see if I can adjust. It's so great to meet you. I gotta get these girlies up. All my partners.
Yeah, push up to the front if you can, so we can get some of you all behind.
And as they say, we'll do a 1, 2, 3.
Can everybody see my camera? 1, 2.
Hold it, Tyner. Sorry. Come by Terry and Ed. Want to get in the middle?
No.
So ready, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Was my dad too bad? In the Boys Club, right? He wasn't. But in those days, they would wear them, really big. Terry, in the 60s, my mom's dresses were this
yes,
big.
they're still like that.
They were,
They're
they
still
still
like that.
are.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, they're beautiful.
They still are. We keep that
They're
tradition,
ball
yes.
gowns, and they still wear the hoop and all
Well,
that.
if you all go to Texas A&M one day, invite me. I'd like to see all those old pictures. I'd like to see my mom and dad like that again.
We have,
It's at here at Tamu-CC.
Yeah, I'd love to go.
Yeah.
Just call me when you're
Yeah,
on.
we will, definitely. Yes. Thank you.
okay, thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Start making some dances again, maybe Jag will go.
Judge Pulcher, I recognize that you're here. Karen, with Stop the Bleed, has to be somewhere in 5 minutes. I'm going to ask her to come, and then we're going to move straight to you in Veterans Court. Would you allow me that indulgence? Okay, thank you. Karen, we're going to take Karen Beard's presentation. Let's see. Kara, do you happen to see the number?
382, I believe it's Stop the Bleed.
I'm grateful. Thank you so much. It's 3A2. And Coastal Bend Regional Advisory Council is here with us, represented by Karen Beard, and it's relating to Stop the Bleed campaign. And tell us, Karen, this is such an important awareness for us.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for having us here today. I'm here as a board member representing Coastal Bend Regional Advisory Council. We are an organization that deals with emergency services, both at the local and rural areas, hospitals, and the EMS providers. Stop the Bleed is a course that was designed by the College of Surgeons and a number of other organizations a number of years ago to help the lay person in the case of an active shooter, an attack, or quite honestly, when we look at the state of Texas, we have a lot of people that go hunting and fishing, and there's a lot of ways to have a penetrating wound. If we have an active attacker anywhere, one thing that the public does not always know is that EMS cannot come in and help you until the police have secured the area. That can take from a few minutes to a number of hours. So what this course is, it's about an hour and a half long course, is it teaches the lay person, the normal average person, what to do, how to render aid to save a life. Because if you have a penetrating wound, you've got minutes before a person can bleed out and die. So as a neighbor, a friend, a church member, wherever you go, if something happens, you can be prepared by taking this course on how to apply a tourniquet, how to pack a wound, and what to do to render aid to a person during a crisis like that.
And these classes, Karen, how can the people find out about them? Is it something we sign up for?
Yes, they can contact the Coastal Bend Regional Advisory Council, and they'll send me the information. And we look at businesses, groups, families, children. It is a intense class. We cover a lot of stuff, so I really hesitate on too young a child. There is legislation that all teachers in the state of Texas learn this course, and that a lot of students are encouraged to take the course. So we are really trying to spread it.
That's great. He's outside, so he's gonna go, I heard my name, but Timothy Everest, our safety manager, we would love to have we do a safety luncheon. Is the course able to be taken in an hour's time?
Absolutely.
I'd like to ask that Timothy work with Karen and the RAC to work on a safety luncheon where we do a 1 hour Stop the Bleed course. And we can find a sponsor for lunch and get as many people to learn. And then maybe we could even have these tourniquets the way we have our devices, for our cardiac devices here.
I hate to say it, we're in a time in our country and our world that having one in your purse and having one handy is a smart thing to do, so you are prepared in case of an emergency.
And do you sell those? Are those free once you take the course, or?
We recommend you buy them. You can buy them on Amazon for $15. you can buy them cheaper, but you get what you pay for. So you want to buy a good one, and they're great to have.
So that might be something that the county can have here as part of our strategic reserve on emergency management. I can visit with Melissa about that. But I would love to have, I would like to learn. And I bet there's a lot of folks here in the courthouse that would do that. So I'll have you work with Timothy. I know it's not our first time to offer
Right.
Stop the Bleed here in Nueces County
We
Courthouse.
did about 100 employees a few years
Right.
ago.
So let's capture maybe another 100, and we do appreciate what you're doing. And again, the RAC, for those of you that don't know, is probably the most important under-recognized entity in the state of Texas. We're broken down by regions. Ours is called the Coastal Bend. Our director is Hillary Watt, and she and Karen and the rest of the staff make it possible that we can address our needs for trauma throughout our region. They were able to secure a new ambus for us just recently. The work they do, you talk about unsung heroes. These guys are the unsung of the unsung. And
Thank you.
we would not be able to deal with all of our hurricane preparedness, COVID-19. They were our PPE suppliers, and they made all things possible for us, from medication to every resource that we used during the COVID-19 height of the pandemic.
Thank you very much. We do our best to
amazing.
connect everybody, the rural, the city, everybody.
But Stop the Bleed is something, as you said, I'm afraid that we're just gonna have to learn because it's too commonplace.
It is.
And so again, I'd like to see, Timothy, that the third floor and the fifth floor be ready with tourniquets and all the stuff that she says we need. And then let's, like, when we start saying, Tyner, who's designated CPR in the courthouse, in the courtroom, I'd like to make sure somebody's Stop the Bleed certified. Is anybody currently right now Stop the Bleed certified? Have anyone taken the course? Okay, Melissa's here and Timothy, so God forbid, but we have 3 people who are ready and certified. But we need many more,
Yes, we do.
because this is a big courthouse. Thank you, Karen. I hope we got you to your,
You did. Thank you very much.
To
We're
your-
focusing on kids and hot cars, my work, so that's what we're doing next.
boy, is that when you get into your car, it could be up to 120 degrees. Please listen to what Karen says today on the news.
Thank
you so much. The court is going to move on and recognize Judge Jack Pulcher is here to talk about a very important item. And Maria, you're here as well to provide backup documentation. But if someone could assist me, since we are going out of order, this is the Veterans Court item. 3D1? 3B as in Barbara, 1, okay. We got it. 3B1, it's under grants, Commissioners. And Judge, tell us, this is good news, again.
Yes, ma'am, it is. Good morning, Judge and County
morning.
Commissioners. Good to see everybody.
Likewise, sir.
I'm Judge Jack Pulcher of the 105th District Court, and I'm also in charge of Nueces County Veterans Treatment Court. We had 39 veteran courts around the state who have received money in the past, applied for money this year. They only granted money for 19 of them. They're offering us $225,000. So considering COVID last year, it sounds like a pretty good amount for our veterans in our community. I have Amanda De La Cerda as my court manager, and Shin Vinton, I don't want to say he's my prosecutor, because I'm not on probation, but he's assigned to my court, and he helps the veterans too. So if you have any questions, I brought Amanda here. She put this grant together, all the numbers, make sure it's accurate. So you want to know about it, she's here.
Thank you, Amanda. Welcome. Come and take the podium. Let me open the floor to commissioners. Commissioners, this is a program that we're very proud of, but Amanda can provide some of the details with regards to the items. Does anybody have any?
Just, what does it provide? What is the essential things that it provides?
So the essential function of the grant is to provide client services to the veteran participants. So we're able to provide them with monitoring devices, whether it's a SCRAM or GPS. We're able to pay for one-to-one counseling that they need to address their underlying issues for PTSD, traumatic brain injury, whatever service connection that they have that was a result from their service. So we're able to provide that, and I'm trying to think offhand. It's just mainly for client services that we're looking to extend to them.
And this is only for clients from coming out of the court system?
I'm sorry?
It's only for the clients coming out of the court system, right?
That's correct. It's a diversionary court, so they don't face the standard course of, through the regular judicial system. They come to the Veterans Treatment Court to receive the help that they need.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the only thing I might add is that we recently, and you may be aware, have a new behavioral health coordinator, Dr. Xavier Gonzalez. He actually offices at the hospital district at Tower 2, just for situational awareness and for his, involvement in any way.
Right.
He's super interested in behavioral health and diversion. It would be wonderful for you to educate him and.
Great,
and
if I can get his contact information,
You bet.
that would be
We will
wonderful.
provide that to you, Amanda.
Okay.
Thank you. Maria, all is in order to accept the ratification and the acceptance of this grant. Thank you. I've got a motion. I'll second. Is there anything else we should know, Judge, at this time?
I believe that's all.
All right, thank you. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. You have your acceptance of this great grant, and thank you for the good work that you're doing. All of these specialized courts create an individualized plan for justice. This is really what being a judge is all about. I thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day and be
Thank you.
careful.
Thank you. I'll go back in regular order now and see us through item number, thank you so much. Item number 3, in recognition of the month of June 2021, is LGBTQIA, which is also affectionately known as Pride Month. And for this, Tyner will read a resolution, but I also note that we have special guests, and we would ask that you receive this resolution on the behalf of so many, and if you would like to make a few comments. Tyner?
I'll begin, Judge. Whereas there is respect for the value and dignity of each person and appreciation for the importance of equality and freedom, and affirmations that all are welcome in Nueces County to live, work, and play in a place where they are safe, happy, and feel respected and supported. Whereas there must be resistance to prejudice and unfair discrimination based on age, gender identity, gender expression, race, color, religion, marital status, national origin, sexual orientation, or physical attributes as an affront to our fundamental principles. Whereas Pride Month began in June of 1969 on the one-year anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising in New York City, after LGBTQIA+ and allied friends rose up and fought against police harassment and discriminatory laws. Whereas the Mosaic Project of South Texas was created following the Orlando Pulse nightclub tragedy and dedicates itself to honoring the lives lost in the Pulse shooting, commemorating the anniversary of the U.S. Supreme Court's marriage equality ruling, and honoring the past contributions and celebrating the future of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, asexual plus community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, that the month of June 2021 be declared LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in Nueces County, and urges residents to recognize the contributions made by members of this community and actively promote the principles of equality, liberty, and justice.
Thank you so much. And at this time, I'll make the motion to pass this resolution.
Second.
And I've got multiple seconds, which is nice, and we'll call for discussion at this time. The court recognizes Tom Tagliabue, who's here, and I also recognize Dr. Elif and Brad, and thank you for representing Equality Texas so well, a very important organization that not only recognizes that love is love, but also recognizes that that parents also are welcome in this movement of equality for their children as well. Tom?
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. I'm Tom Tagliabue, and I am the current president of the Mosaic Project of South Texas, otherwise known as Pride Corpus Christi. We're very honored that you would bless us with this resolution. Thank you for having us. I want to invite the public to join us. We have Pride Night at the Hooks game tomorrow night, 6:35. And then join us over in Port Aransas this weekend where they're having a play called I Am My Own Wife about a World War II transgender individual. It's a moving one-person play. Then we wait till October. We take a little breath and come back in October for our poetry night and big events, the Pride Parade and Block Party. And I invite the county, all of you, to join us as participants in the parade. Walk with us, march with us on October 9th. At 2 o'clock downtown. We'll be on Shoreline Boulevard. We're going to go north this time. We're going to go from around I-37 and Shoreline up towards the Convention Center and then over to the Museum of Science and History, where our block party will take place from 3 to 7. So thank you very, very much for this honor.
Thank you so much. And we would like to, well, all those in favor, well, excuse me, discussion for anybody? I'll just,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes, Judge. You know, this is an important month for our community and for our nation as we continue to struggle with discrimination and violence on all people. And I'm proudly in support of declaring that Nueces County is in favor and supports our Pride community, our gay community, our LGBTQIA plus community. There's a lot of needs for our community in healing through this issue for our young people who are growing and struggling. And I think that that's so important that we in one voice as leaders in this community say that we support this, but also say that there's still so much more to do. And so I thank you all for the work that you lead. I thank you for the work that you're doing for our community and look forward to being there and to support you all, especially in the month of October as there'll be more events and hopefully a little bit cooler also. So thank you.
I myself has been an uncle to one of you guys with the community. It's Edward and Scotty. They live in Austin, and I'm very proud of them. They're both well educated, okay? And I support them wholeheartedly, and if I could, I understand there's a professional football player that just announced, and if I could, I would buy one of his jerseys, number 8. So thank you all very much for what you all do, trying to educate the public.
I'd just like to see it, someday we can all work together, and not recognize each other for what we are, who we are, but just work together as individuals for the same common goal, for the same vision, and that's just to make our community and our country better. So, thank you very much.
Judge and Commissioners, may I recognize or introduce some of my colleagues who are here with me?
Absolutely.
All right,
Thank you.
To my right is Sophia Jimenez, who is a board member at the Mosaic Project. She's also the president of the Del Mar Student Body, Student Government.
Congratulations.
To her right is Carla Gardner, who is an ally and friend and strong supporter and volunteer with us. Joanna King is with the Texas Riviera Empire, one of the 50-plus year organization, right?
40 years.
40 years, and they are one of the major fundraisers and charitable organizations in the community and do amazing work. My husband, Brad Snyder, up here, who you will see these wonderful little stickers I have for you. Some of you know Brad from some other work that he does with the county, so I think you'll know that. And then Scott Ell, of course, with Equality Texas, who has been a longtime advocate and visionary in this community, and we're very grateful for Scott's partnership and support. Did I miss anybody? I don't see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
all.
And again, we'd like to present this to you, and we'd like to take a picture if you all would like to. And thank you. We're going to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same
Aye.
sign. Thank you. Yes, join us, and I'll come down. And the commissioners, it seems like it's easier that way.
Thank you, sir.
I don't want you to sit just once. I got plenty to go. Let me take another one. Thank you.
It's nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Guess what? It's October 9th. My daughter's getting married.
Judge, I was just hoping we could get Scott Ella to sing for us since he's there.
Judge, you're
Commissioner Chesney was trying to say something.
Yeah, go ahead, tell him we're setting.
I was just going to say, I was just hoping we get Scott Elliott to sing for us while he's in the room, Judge, because he is the most talented man in the room right there for sure.
Jeez.
I'd take like 5.
Hold on, please. I'm gonna get a little closer.
Pictures don't lie.
Okay, y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Okay, guys, congratulations. Keep rocking and rolling.
Oh, what's that?
I did not get to see you.
For all your work for decades.
Where's this one?
And so I'm not certain if there's anybody present for TWIA, or if that's just something we're doing with the court. No, there was a very large press conference yesterday regarding Texas windstorm insurance, and all the court was, as you know, at Distinguished Visitors Day in Robstown for our military mission, so we were not able to attend, but we thank Tyner for attending on our behalf, as well as some of our legislative consultants were there as well. But Tyner, why don't you go ahead and take us through, and then we'll roll right to the Historical Commission next.
Okay, yeah, Judge, Belinda and I did in fact go to an event with our legislative delegation. There was success in a couple of bills related to windstorm, TWIA. But there's an upcoming meeting in July, I believe, or maybe August, that there may be a proposed rate increase. I'll begin. Whereas on December 8, 2020, the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association Board held a Board of Directors meeting and voted to raise rates on coastal policyholders, residents, and businesses. On January 6, 2021, the Nueces County Commissioners Court adopted a resolution opposing any windstorm insurance rate increases and requesting any such increase be abated. Whereas on January 8, 2021, the Texas Department of Insurance notified TWIA that the rate filing for a 5% increase in both commercial and residential rates was rejected as it lacked sufficient notice to the public. Whereas TWIA's next quarterly meeting is scheduled for August 2021. Coastal residents and businesses are still attempting to recover from the economic distress caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as continuing to rebuild after Hurricane Harvey. Whereas the Legislature Oversight Committee, renewed in the 87th Texas legislative session, must still be appointed and given time to evaluate TWIA's rate adequacy. Whereas there are sufficient premiums, assessments, and reinsurance to cover potential TWIA liabilities for 2021 and 2022. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas is hereby opposed to any windstorm insurance rate increases and encourages the TWIA Board of Directors to show restraint and allow the will of the legislature to be fully implemented before voting for a rate increase that could frustrate the rebuilding recovery efforts of those living and working along the Texas coast.
Seems like that is a very normal and common sense thing to be for, to not,
So moved.
I agree. Without going into it, too detailed, it just seems like we need to have common sense approach.
So moved, Judge.
I'll have a second. I've got a second from Commissioner Modis, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Great, and we'll make sure that, I've got two more ayes coming in for the for the windstorm, and we will all sign that resolution in opposition. At this time, we're going to move on to item G1, which is to recognize the Nueces County Historical Commission for the 2020 Distinguished Service Award. This is presented by the Texas Historical Commission for its active and well-balanced preservation program. That is an understatement.
Why, thank you.
Tyner, would you proceed?
Yes, Judge. You know, our Nueces County Historic Commission gets this every year for as far back as I can remember. Here are a bunch of representatives, and I think Kathy Weimer is the current president. Y'all can stand up if you like. Okay.
A lot of young ladies.
I know the feeling.
As part of the recognition, I think you've got a certificate, Judge, signed by the Executive Director of the Texas Historic Commission, but I have a statement that is provided in the materials. This comes out of Austin, and it's the Nueces County Historical Commission has been awarded a 2020 Distinguished Service Award from the Texas Historic Commission. This annual award affirms Nueces County Historical Commission appointees for managing a well-rounded history and preservation-related programs that enrich Texas communities and Nueces County. The County Commissioners Court, the Historic Commission's governing body, will work with the Historic Commission to determine the best way to present the DSA certificate and public acknowledgement, and that's why we're here in court today. Our preservation partners faced great challenges from the pandemic, but they redirected their efforts and ensured that history programming and preservation projects continued in communities across Texas, said the THC Executive Director Mark Wolf. Nueces County Historic Commission has demonstrated remarkable resiliency and innovation, and we are happy to honor its extraordinary volunteers with the 2020 Distinguished Service Award.
Thank you. We'll recognize Kathy Wimmer. She's here representing Nueces County Historical Commission, but you also you're joined by other members, and we just would love to have you recognize them and all of their achievements. Somebody.
Okay, yes, thank you, Judge Barber. We have with us today commissioners, and I'm so pleased that y'all were able to get out. I know times are very unsettling, and thank you, and I appreciate it. We have Debbie Zuniga, we have Dr. Jim Klein, we have Dr. Lori Turner, we have a very special Mike Carlisle, and I'll say something about that in a moment, and we have my right-hand person also, Penny Pelak. From Agua Dulce / Port Aransas. These people are great. They have helped me to keep history alive here in Nueces County during this very terrible period, trying to keep history alive with the various things we try to do. And very special, Mike Carlisle has just been appointed, is it CEO, Penny? Okay, District Director for, thank you. I need help. That's why it takes a village. But Mike Carlisle is the new Nancy DeVinny for Texas Tropical Trails. I'm so very proud of him. But I told him he couldn't give up any other position he now has. But it has been difficult during the pandemic, but we have rose to the occasion. Thank you so much for allowing us to have a few words this morning. Thank you so very much.
And Kathy, have we ever had anyone from Nueces County lead tropical trails before, or in the position Mike's doing?
No.
No? That's great.
Penny also serves on the tropical trails, and Mike did, but now he's got a job.
That's even better.
Congratulations.
I myself used to work at the old courthouse, and I felt like while I was working there, I am in history. I was working with people like Noah Kennedy, Briscoe King, Judge Barnes, and a gentleman that was real kind and kind of showed me the ropes was Leslie Chappelle. And so congratulations on what you all do. And I didn't know we had the Historical Commission here housed at the courthouse till I met Miss Eisenhower. She went to purchasing to buy some of the things that she needed. So thank you all for what you all do.
This is an important recognition that I think that is not only well-deserved, but the truth is that everything we do is history. Everything we've been through is history. I think to myself when I come and park downstairs and when we had the exhibit, or when you all, I should say, placed the exhibit of the 1919 hurricane, you know what I thought? I thought to myself, years from now, someone's going to have an exhibit. Of course, it's going to look probably like holographic, and it's going to say the 2020 and the 2021 global pandemic. And so, you are the recorders of this history, and everything we do is really, really reliant upon your good work. And we're always encouraging others to join this effort, but they need to know there's a sort of a standard of excellence. That's what this is about. And it's not that we don't want volunteers, but we want people who really respect history. And, Dr. Turner, your reenactments, I feel like I'm there. And I want to join in. I need a little fun in my life, apparently. They say I'm too mean and serious. So I'd like to join in and do one of those reenactments if you'll teach me. This is very special. We wanted to have you in court today to recognize this. And please remember that when they do invite us as a commissioner's court, we really want to help promote it on our social media. We did have a pretty good audience for our Bayview Cemetery historical marker. But I don't know, once you start attending them, it's like you notice historical markers everywhere, right? It's just, they just seem to pop out at you. And I learn about people that we need to acknowledge. Commissioner Gonzalez, do we have a historical marker for our POW MIA from Driscoll, Ricardo Martinez? Is it?
No, we don't.
Can I tell you, I'd like to suggest somebody very intriguing to our community, a real hero. And the small communities treasure these markers. What often gets overlooked in town is cherished by a small town.
Judge, excuse me, I don't know if we have
Of
a
course.
marker now, but I think he's on the wall.
Yeah, he is.
He's on the wall, on the Veterans Wall there in Bishop, the one we built. There's the MIA, on the
Okay.
MIA.
Well, again, just telling the stories of our history, right? So we only have 4 MIAs and in Nueces County still, and he's one of them. But his story is really that of almost, a novel, but it's real. At any rate, we just wanted to acknowledge you, and let me offer a little discussion for commissioners. Kara, could you help me? We do have a motion and a second. I don't recall from whom, but may I have a second?
Second.
All right, I made the motion, second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioners, any last words?
Yeah, Judge, I don't know
Yes.
if you planned it or if it just worked out that way
Yes.
with our district clerk unveiling
Just
that
worked out that
beautiful
way.
dedication, and hopefully maybe she can connect with our group. It's
Yes.
a distinguished group, and be able to help really bring more attention to that and have unveilings if they're placing them up on the wall or wherever they're going to display those, because I just think that was really beautiful to see that, and it's just really something that I think that with the group that we have could help really just elevate the exposure for that.
Oh, I just remembered something interesting. I got an inquiry by, I'm going to forget, they're at the Furman Building, the Copano Bay Press, is that right? They want a photo of every county judge that has ever, held the office. And I think we were going to call, I don't know, Kara, if your office might have a listing of the names. Anyway, I thought that was a wonderful project, but I wanted to sync you guys in with it. So apparently, the Copano Bay Press, which is located in the Furman Building, is also dedicated to printing historical documents. And because we have an intern in my office this summer, she's dedicated herself, and she's, of course, all you have to do is be young, and you can find information apparently very quickly, you know? What takes us months, she goes, oh, yeah, I got it, boom, you know? But at any rate, we would like to work with you in making sure that we have that record of history. If you'll notice, other electeds have sort of the historical photography. We may not be able to get all of them in photography, but at least most of them. So, again, our thanks to you, and Kathy, would you like to accept this on behalf of the commission?
Hey, Miss Kathy, we said guys, but we would say young ladies and young men.
Yes.
You know, Judge, it would be nice to display that, what Ms. Ann brought, and make a special showcase
Yes, it would.
next to what these ladies have.
I'll come up here by the state seal. Join us, join us. Or you can take that. Yeah. I will.
Let me get, is your Chesney right there? Ready?
Stay there, please. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Very good, ladies. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. I'm retired over there as a principal, and now I work as a testing coordinator. My husband works around. We're both from Alton, as well as my mother graduated from school there.
So,
That's right. That is exactly right. Thank you, sir. Congratulations. See that picture?
you know what, that's, yeah.
Oh, that's okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we are going to ask Melissa Munguia to help us run through what I'm calling H1 through 4. This is our general information reports. We always receive these reports on all of the local disasters that we are under declaration for, which include COVID-19, Hurricane Hannah, Winter Storm Uri, and now our May 2021 flooding events. And apparently, we don't have a name for that one, but that's how we're distinguishing it. And Melissa, you've got some important observations here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to reopen public comment. If you'll take, when you get to Hurricane, item number 2, Hurricane Hannah, I'm going to reopen public comment because what I didn't know is that I had a request, I hadn't seen my phone, for May Nardone to make public comment on the Bob Hall piece, so I'm going to reopen public and close it. So if you will take COVID, and then once we do Bob Hall, we'll pause for a moment to receive the public comment, and then you can continue with the flood and the winter storm.
Okay,
Thank you.
sounds good. Thank you. Good morning, Judge
Good morning.
and Commissioners. I'll start with our COVID-19 update. We are continuing to make plans and identify different operations, especially as it pertains to the schools, back to school. There's the offering of other vaccines in conjunction with the COVID-19 vaccine now, so that when families take their kids out to get COVID-19 vaccinated, they can get other vaccines that are required for school as well. We're looking for more sites that will render us foot traffic and interest in vaccine. We've done a couple of different operations at places like the aquarium, our arts and center, our Antonio Garcia Arts Center. Some of these are not as heavily trafficked as other areas, and so we're really starting at this point now to hone in on different sites that could render some more people. So some of the new sites that you'll be seeing this last week was kind of the first run for some of these, and then we'll continue running them forward over the next month and kind of assess their success, if you will. So we've got schools, of course, that's a huge focus. So Banquetti Elementary, we have Petronila, we have our Calderon building. We're doing them out at Bishop Multipurpose Building, West Oso. You have the La Nueva Jerusalem Church in Tierra Grande. There's several locations that are being set up and run not only to identify a particular population and make sure that we're offering the vaccine, but also to focus on who we're needing to vaccine, which is making sure the students that will be attending school, back to school vaccines are being accomplished. A couple of things that we're focusing on as a team and in conjunction with the city, again, is really catering our vaccination operations to be the most successful. We're also continuing to work with our BCFS incident management team that came down to support us. They're working very closely with Edward and our operations team on identifying these sites, ordering resources that are needed at any of these sites. And one of the big things that we're focused on right now for any of our vaccination operations is the heat. There's threat of heat and illness at every site, especially for anybody that is donned with PPE. And so making sure we're ordering resources that will keep our staff and our volunteers cool, and also identifying locations that are better, whether they're shaded or they're indoors. Another thing that's going on with COVID, even though we're still considered in the response phase of COVID, it's starting to overlap with recovery. So we have different recovery programs that are starting. One of the major ones that is going to be focused on this week and moving forward is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. That's part of COVID-19 long-term recovery. There's money, obviously, for Nueces County and for City of Corpus Christi. I've put out the initial request for information on whether the city was going to be joining us in the effort, or this is something that Nueces County, with our money, is going to have to individually run the program. We're prepared to. Judge Canales worked very hard on identifying the Tower 2 space. Kathy Ard-Blattner, my deputy, and other members of the teams have made sure that it's fully outfitted, not only for BCFS, but for the folks that would be responsible for running this program. Now that our social service director is back in town and we've got the right people, I think we're at a great place to really start getting into the details of how we're going to run this program. But the very first step is, are we working independently, or are we working as a whole county, meaning all the cities within?
Melissa,
What do
go
you
ahead.
call the program? What program are you talking about?
It's the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and that came off of COVID-19 due to renters having struggles with paying their rent due to loss of job and
Because
other.
those are the monies that social services got and the city got, and that's,
To run this program, yes.
Right, the city
So-
got 9 million and we got a
Yeah,
million.
but I'm saying, so we're saying that we're gonna hire some people to run the program, or what?
It would be beneficial to at least hire some staff to run the regular occurring. You can't put, I don't believe, this whole program on our social service department with what they currently have.
Right.
So this program is gonna need support staff.
Yeah, just remember, the court's already hired Haggerty to run this program.
But Haggerty is not gonna run the program itself, they?
Yes, they are.
I thought they were doing some other job for us, other consulting job for us, and other.
Haggerty's
research.
working with us in several of our disasters in different ways. So this is one of the ways they're working. the part that they're gonna be working on for us, and then as that trickles down to the actual
So when we're gonna
practical
know- When we're gonna
application.
know about the staff, I mean, I'm concerned about the staff. Is Haggerty gonna run it, so we're gonna pay them different? Or, I mean, you know, a lot of things are going on that we really don't know. You know, and I just think that when you start talking about staff and all that, I think we should know what's going on. I mean, and what we're looking at, you know, and how much the cost, although we're gonna get the money, that's fine, but, you know, when we're just setting up programs, I just think it should come.
Right,
from
let me
Commissioner
just pause here. I need to remind the court that, so last court, we brought this ERAP program to the attention, and just so you know, we also have ERA, what we're calling ERA2 coming up. So Haggerty's scope of work that we approved has the task orders that define how they're going to run it. But what we're waiting for to bring to court, this is just sort of an information, is we're waiting on the city to make a decision on how it will all work. And then they'll bring forth all of the different people that will work on the program. The program pays for the people, so
So they no longer work with Maria on her project?
they will be working with Maria. Maria is on our side, and then on the city side, it's Jennifer Buxton.
Because I know they were tied up with Maria working on her projects. So they're gonna have that project and then the other project, I guess, with the rental, I guess.
That's correct. It's a completely different task order, and let us get that, we'll bring back the information we brought back last time so that you can refresh your memory. But the most important thing is you'll recall that we asked Francisco to work on that interlocal last time. He's been working on it. We gave the city 7 days. We met with them on Friday. Again, Maria's counterpart on ERAP is a lady named Jennifer Buxton. It's their recommendation that we work together. The compliance piece of this is very tricky, and we want to make sure that anybody that calls in, they get designated as a city or a county help. It's not just for renters, it's for people who own properties. And we're going to have up to probably $1.5 million to run admin. You might remember that we talked about a call center and the digital piece of it. What Melissa's talking about is that once we get rolling, if we decide to do it by ourselves, the city says they don't want to do it with us, I can't imagine why they wouldn't, because it makes more sense. But if that were to happen, what Melissa's saying is that we would then do our own staff hiring. We still have 10% of the award to be used, and that's why she brings that up. But it's the goal of the ERAP program to have a city county. It just makes more sense. And again, it's a computer software that's used to track and compliance. You have to do lots of compliance to make sure people really do own the home.
Pretty strict.
Very strict. And Haggerty's an expert in ERAP nationwide. So that's why when by good fortune, the city chose them and we chose them. But we've been working on ERAP, I guess, Melissa, probably 6 months. Since January, when? January 13th. So, you know, we're ready to start. Our proposed date, by the way, is July 1st. That's why we asked the city to give us their decision by this Friday. But we want to make sure that you know it's the same program we brought information to you last time, not a different one.
And the other question I have, when you mentioned the other entities, I guess, Banquete, Elementary, are those tied into the IRT?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so, because you didn't mention IRT, but those are tied in with the IRT that we have out there already, so.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
In case the city doesn't come in with us, do we have any anticipation how many employees are going to be needed?
I don't have a number like that set. I guess it's really gonna take a full understanding of what exactly is going to be the physical part of this program that Haggerty doesn't take care of, the part that the judge was talking about, which is the, you know, the physical application of the program. And so I don't have a fair number, I don't have an assessment, but again, there's money there for it. there's just the ability for us to, and the need for us to, especially doing this independently, to put people in the position where that's their sole focus.
And they will be employees for social services?
I haven't determined with social services that they would fall under social service. It does make sense for the type of program that this is. I have temporary employees and part-time employees working in my office right now, and it would be a very similar situation. Those people would be hired specifically to perform that function, but they do have to be under the guidance of a department. And so in this case, it would make sense for it to be social services, but I haven't worked those details out with that department head yet.
Very good, thank you.
And my goal is let's see what happens on Friday. If we need a special session, it's worth it because there's just a lot of need to get these dollars out in the community where they belong. And, we can wait, but we cannot wait forever. And so we need to employ it, but it would be a very temporary basis. I don't foresee that this, in fact, just so you know, the program must expend 65% of its funds by September. The minute I start, I'll be asking for a variance because September's too quick, okay? So but again, I want you to know that this is a program because Maria, as I said, has been on it for 6 months. We've been waiting for the city, and they were able to hire the company that matches with ours. And so what a great opportunity this is, and let's hope we can get there. But we will have a lot of work to do to get the public messaging out. And we will you remember Commissioner Chesney, I know you're on, you also had questions, and so we had them develop I would say not only a scope of work, but a budget, so that would they really get to the 10%? What would that look like? We've made all those requests, but again, until the city says yes or no, it's gonna look very different. So you might remember from last time you had those questions, and I want
Yes,
you to
ma'am.
know that we have made those inquiries.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay,
That was all I had for the COVID-19
COVID-19.
update.
I'm gonna pause only because I recognize that when I get notes up here, it's because we have guests that are also part of our either Nueces County family or our other political jurisdictions. And Melissa, if you would be so kind, since that's a good COVID-19 update, if we could just put a pause just for a moment. At 11 o'clock, they need to be somewhere. And so if I could direct your attention to item 3A3 at this moment, 3A3, to receive an update from the Workforce Solutions, the Coastal Bend regarding foster care services in Nueces County. We would appreciate if you'll make that presentation. We'll get you on where you need to go. My apologies, I missed the note that came through earlier. Hi.
Good morning. Hi. I'm Amy Kitty Villarreal. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Workforce Solutions. Thank you for giving us the time. We do see foster youth as a priority group in our career centers. Workforce Solutions of the Coastal Bend, or your Coastal Bend Workforce Development Board, is one of 28 workforce boards in the state of Texas. We serve everyone throughout the 11-county area, and we've got a career center here right down the road, well, right next door to the county courthouse.
Yep.
And we wanted to tell you a little bit about what we're doing with our foster youth, how we're supporting them. I've got two of our team members here, Andrea Bird, our contract manager for our youth programs, and I've got Felicia Thompson, who is with our career centers and all of the youth programs that we do there. They're going to give you an update. We also have our partners from BCFS and from Agape Ranch here to talk about their services.
Great.
So, let them go.
Okay. Well, good morning. I know time is limited, but thank you for this opportunity. I would like to say, again, thank you for the proclamation for the month of May. It was a great undertaking that we wanted to make sure that the community was aware that this was Foster Care Awareness Month, and we do appreciate you taking out a moment of your time to approve that and get that passed through. Again, we do serve foster youth as a priority group along with veterans, and Felicia Thompson is currently our youth manager on the service provider end. She handles day-to-day operation and overseeing that our youth get served and that foster youth remain a priority. It is our goal to elevate and strengthen our partnership with Agape Ranch and BCFS. We do have constant contact at least once a month, and we are trying to make sure that we prioritize those services. I'm going to let Felicia talk a little bit, and then next we will have Robin Soto, who is with BCFS. All of you should have a flyer or a handout as they talk about their services, and then we have Susan Klaus with Agape Ranch.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Felicia Thompson. I'm the Youth Program Manager for the Coastal Bend region here. And like Andrea said, the foster youth are a priority for us. So our career counselors are supporting them in career and education exploration. A lot of times we are the support that helps them secure their first job, as well as getting connected to a field of their interest or that they're passionate about, so that we can support them on their journey to reaching their potential and being successful. So we are very passionate about helping this population, and we appreciate your time to bring awareness to our foster youth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robin Soto, and I'm the director for BCFS Health and Human Services here in Corpus Christi. My flyer is going to be the next one. That one. So here in Corpus Christi, we have a center located on SPID at the Commerce One Plaza, and we look at it, we call it a transition center, and that is because it's a one-stop shop for youth or foster youth aging out of care. The TWC program we have for foster youth works with foster youth aging out of care up until the age of 26. We refer a majority of them to the workforce, and we have streamlined the process so that way our foster youth get in right away to either be placed at a job or be placed at an internship with the U program. We enroll yearly 75 to about 105 foster youth, and we help them either gain employment or further their education. Our center is equipped with a computer station. We also have case managers there as well to help them build resumes, apply for jobs. We can pay for their health permits or any kind of certifications they need as well. And every quarter, our whole region for BCFS, which is Region 11, which runs down to the valley, we hold quarterly workshops as well for all the youth.
Thank you, Robin.
Hello, my name is Susan Klaus. I'm the Executive Director for Agape Ranch. Just the words, "you are valued," and that you are loved, and you're loved because you're simply here with us, is something that I think we all desire in our hearts, but so many of our foster children don't always experience. And so this is really the core vision of everything that we do at Agape Ranch, that every child will experience unconditional love and understand his or her value. And that's really the spirit in which we do all of our programs and do all our things. The ranch itself is a 24-home community we have planned. And Judge Canales, thank you so much for coming to our groundbreaking ceremony. I really appreciate that you made the time to do that for us. And it's really a community for high-quality foster care. And the first home will be scheduled to be completed sometime end of the summer, which I'm super excited about, because that means that children who are in foster care and sibling groups can stay together. And also on their 18th birthday, they will still have a place to call home and people to call family. And I think that is significant for our community. We also run 11 of our programs through Agape Ranch, through our program advocate, Johan Swarek, and our program coordinator, Jessica Blakesley. And we work in the area of prevention, foster care, adoption, and aging out, and that's where workforce is so helpful. When Andrea really just reached out to me and said, "Hey, we want to help foster children obtain jobs," I was like, yes. Yes, what can we do to partner together to make that happen? So thank you, Andrea, for doing that. One of the things that Andrea asked me to do is to kind of say, hey, how can the community get more involved, right? And there are so many on-ramps, y'all. Really from really a low commitment level to a high commitment level, depending on where you are in your life and what you have to offer. And it can be really simple as volunteering one time at an event like a Christmas store or a bed build, or a high level of committing of mentoring through our Thrive mentorship program of our aging out foster youth, or becoming a respite care provider so that a foster family can have a break that is very well deserved. Those are just to highlight a few, but there are other programs you can check out at agaperanch.org. Another way to become a part of this is to become a financial supporter for our community, right? Because we're a nonprofit, and everything depends on the community support. And it can be one-time donation can literally mean a Christmas gift for a child who may be living with a grandparent. Or it can be that one of the bed bills we have, now we need mattresses and bedding for, so that we can give a child a complete bed set. Or you can be a part of supporting the next house, which will be for our aging out foster youth. Join us at the Agape Ranch's Legacy Gala, September 25th at the Corpus Christi Country Club. And that fundraiser will be for our aging out foster youth home. So there's so many ways that y'all can get involved as a community, really, and just really making a difference in the lives of foster children and leaving a different legacy for our kids who are aging out, as well as 0 to 23 that we serve. So thank you for the time that you allowed us to have and allowing us to talk about Agape Ranch. Thank you so much, Andrea, and the workforce.
Thank you. What a great partnership. Before you ladies leave, we have Commissioner Chesney participating virtually, and we're going to ask him to unmute at this time. Commissioner?
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to jump in for a moment and say what a great presentation that was, and how much I appreciate you bringing forward this on foster care. And I don't mean to pick on Susan. It's just I've known her a long time, and her personal story is an amazing one, and not mine to tell. But her involvement in this field is beyond stellar. The Agape Ranch has been something that I've been a little bit involved in since its inception. And I haven't done. I'm not trying to say I've done a whole lot. I've just done a little and know how important that is, and would encourage everyone who's watching and any of the commissioners who haven't been out there to see the location. It's actually in my precinct, and I'm very happy about that. And I just think it's really important that we bring these presentations out for the people who are watching, because sometimes it does get overlooked. But I just want to say thank you all so much for all you do in regards to foster care and the foster children. It's so very important. And Susan, it's always great to see you, and I appreciate it's not just you, it's you and your husband and your family, and just so many people that are involved in what you've done. So thank you very much to all of you for being here today to make the presentation, and thank you for all that you do to help the children in our community. It's greatly appreciated and oftentimes not given the attention it needs. So thank you very much. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Judge Chesney. The story that he's referring to, it's not his to tell, but really it's a pretty amazing story, is that when Commissioner Chesney was Judge Chesney of County Court 5, that he was presiding over, he actually conducted the adoption of 2 of my children. So that was pretty fun.
Yeah. Very special.
Judge,
yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
As Susan was talking, I got onto agaperanch.org and signed up at least for the email updates. So I look forward to get more information on that. And just, having been a caseworker and the frustration that you see on the children, and then we as workers, when we tried to find a placement and we had to drive miles or fly clear across the state to find a placement, the fact that y'all are a child placing agency, and that it's not only the children in foster care, but the ones that age out, the ones that we really truly lose so many times because they don't have that support. The foster families are not able to continue it, or the kids just think, I'm 18, I'm taking off from here, not realizing the life and the obstacles that they're putting in place by not having a support system. To see this in place, I mean, it just, it's amazing. And it's, it's really excited about y'all's story, and I truly believe that, obviously, the 24 units or so will not be enough, but it's definitely a start. But I can imagine the vision you all have as far as just to expand even further, and this partnership that you all have is really, I hope, to see a turnaround in the trend that we see statewide and nationally with our foster youth, especially 18 plus. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. Hopefully it helps with the community as well. And also as a reminder to us when we have the opportunity with our outside agency funds to hopefully support a program that's obviously doing so much. So thank you all for your work.
Again, most grateful. It's just, it is an amazing program. And just be sure that Agape Ranch is on our outside agency contracts. That's maybe something that we can work on. That's an opportunity, Susan, for the court to actually make contributions through a very special program that we have with 501c3s. So that's something that we can send you information on through Commissioner Chesney, since you're in. Is that okay, Brent? Through the precinct, we'll ask maybe your office to do that. And you're right.
Judge, I'm typing the email as you speak.
Yeah.
So yes, ma'am.
And just thank you for acknowledging that it's the little things. That's kind of been my theme this year. And then I noticed, there's like a whole commercial now on hashtag little things. I really believe in that there's great power in bringing a one gift. You don't have to be a $100,000 donor in building a home to mean that same amount of a meaningful gift and love. And I think people forget that. They think that philanthropy and charity are for the rich and famous, and it's not. It's for the poor and humble. And I just really, really believe that. Of course, if you are rich and famous, we do want you at that September 25th event. And so we're very excited. I am a big believer in closing the gaps. We didn't talk about it because time doesn't bring us, but we're going to invite you back. The gap that you're closing in bringing what happens when you age out is protecting us with other agencies whose work goes into domestic violence, human trafficking, prostitution, our red court. What happens when you don't have a home? You're giving these people a home. And forgive me, I shouldn't even bring this back, but that economic development bill that we were really pushing for this last legislative session, it was going to help Agape Ranch too. So we got to get back on these things, because the people that do have liquidity can really help us build homes if they're given the opportunity. So there's a lot of, stars that are out there, and you've brought a couple of them together. Let's bring a few more in so that we can really do great things and close the gap that we know exists, and the vulnerabilities are dangerous for these children.
Just want to say thank you for everything you do. Keep up the good work. It takes special people like yourself to be able to do it. You got to have passion, and you got to have a lot of heart. And you got both.
Thank you. And
I just want to recognize the people that open up their homes and their hearts to these young children that need the help. And also, you've got my support whenever y'all are ready on September 25th. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It
Thank
does.
you.
If you'll, Susan, if you'll just stop by my office, Paul should be there, and he needs to get some information from you on that, what Judge was talking about. And I heard all those people say they're going to support him, so I'm going to go hit them all up for money on that too. So if you'll look for Paul in my office, I'd appreciate that.
Right here outside to the left.
Not for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's presentation only,
Thank you.
no action needed. But again, from BCFS, from Workforce Solutions, from Agape Ranch, thank you all for being here and making the commitment to working together.
Judge, hopefully we can get some of those young people to work for Amazon.
That's
when it-
another
when it comes
wonderful
by.
program. Yeah, Workforce Solutions is intimately involved with NCDC on training for Amazon and all that will take us. So we'll make sure that Mr. Trevino has, radar that we would like to see some of our kids have these opportunities at a living wage with great benefits.
Can we get a picture real quick?
Of course we can. Of course we can. Why don't you ladies come forward?
How's this gonna work? That's not a good idea.
Everybody ready? All right. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three.
Hold, please. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Paul's actually waiting outside, already saw him.
I'm still at it. Got a good partner.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. So what we'll do is, I'm giving notice that I'm opening up public comment again, and I would ask May Nardone to take the podium and again announce herself and her address. And then we'll follow that right up with Melissa. We're going to go into item number 2, which is Hurricane Hannah. But I, at this moment, open up public comment, and I'll sign you up.
Is it still morning? Good morning.
Yeah, exactly.
Judge Canales, Commissioners, thank you for having me today. My name is Merida May Nardone, address 15121, SPID number 104, Corpus Christi, Texas 78418. I am the current concessionaire and owner of Michael Mays on Bob Hall Pier, going on now almost 8 years in August. So obviously, I was negatively impacted with Hurricane Hannah, with the damages to Bob Hall Pier and the restaurant Michael Mays. And I just wanted to make comment on agenda item number 2 about the hurricane and tropical storm recovery. Just a couple of things. One, I know there's been kind of back and forth with the parking lot. I just really want to push the importance of having the parking lot also at its size that we had, nothing smaller, and maybe even better and improving now that we have the opportunity to improve it with concrete versus the asphalt, because anytime we have a tidal surge storm, what's going to happen is it's just going to eat it up. It just crumbles it like candy, or it just falls apart. So just pushing that. But another thing I wanted to point out is, for those of you that don't know, I also own a farmer's insurance agency. I've been an insurance agent for almost 20 years. And in one of the ad hoc committee meetings that we were talking one day, we were talking about how the storm happened, and we even talked about it here. And so many people come to me, and I just don't understand. Hurricane Hannah was such a small storm, and nothing else was damaged. How did it do that to the pier? And I try to explain to people there's 2 types of storms. There's a wind-driven rain, or wind-driven type of storm that you have the high winds that blow off roofs and blow things everywhere that cause structural damage. But there's also tidal surge storms, and Hurricane Hannah was a tidal surge storm. And with that, what caused that wave to be so strong, and again, we talked about it here, get that height, is that most of that beach was deteriorated. Most of that sand was washed away. And because of that, it gave the velocity and the strength to that wave to get the height that would have been just a normal wave, gave it the strength and the power to take away and destroy the edge of that pier, or the end of that pier, which was a trickle effect, damaging the rest of the pier. So I just don't want us to forget that there is still damage. When I go up there, I was just there at the beach over the weekend, and underneath the pier during the summer, what used to be a beach, the sandy area, you could sit underneath the building where Michael Mays stood, the concessionaire, the platforms. That's all washed away. It is now underwater. So the water now comes all the way to where the parking lot was. And so I think it's really important, and I don't want to slow construction down, obviously, because I wanted to get it rebuilt as quickly as possible for many reasons. One, the revenue we're all losing, and that helps our county. But I really think that we need to really keep it in mind that we need to restore that beach, because if we don't, any future hurricanes that we get, we're going to have that strength if it's another tidal surge, and we're going to destroy what we're rebuilding. So I think it's very important that we recognize that we really need to build that beach. Another reason from an insurance standpoint is the fact that I was fortunate enough to receive help because I had my insurance properly, not only from Texas windstorm, but from flood. I was able to get flood insurance, and they paid me the full limits, which will help me pay back everything I need when I rebuild and all of my personal property. But if there is no beach and it's under, if I'm over water, I will not be able to get flood insurance again. They won't sell it. So it's really important that we rebuild that for me or any future concessionaires, because, yes, I'd love to have it forever, but, I'm realistic. They won't be able to get flood insurance. And for us, that's difficult. We can't, yes, we'd have to get a loan, but that could be detrimental depending on how much time they have left on their contract to be able to they could go get a loan, but then to be able to pay that back and make their money back. It's real important to be able to have the opportunity to get the insurance that they would need, which is helping me be able to rebuild. So I just wanted to point that out and make sure that y'all realize how important that would be, not only to protect the building and the pier from future damage, but also whoever the concessionaire, so that they continue their livelihood with being able to get flood insurance.
Good points. Thank you. Thank you, May. As a segue, we will sort of let you stick around. Let's let Melissa finish, but maybe if there's questions, you could also provide any answers that the commissioners might have. Melissa, I'll let you use that as a perfect entree into item number 2, which is the hurricane and tropical storm recovery.
Sure, and that really is perfect. I want to first focus on what you said about the different kinds of hurricanes. We're in hurricane season now, and so not only are we recovering from Harvey, recovering from Hannah, but facing potentially another hurricane this year, as the potential is there every year. And there are different kinds of hurricanes, and it's important to be aware of the different hazards and to not get complacent when we're talking about category numbers, category 1, category 2, tropical storm, depression. All of those are capable of either having a lot of wind or really a lot of surge ahead of them if they've had time to push for a long time and have a wide spread. That's going to result in those higher tides coming in and having that storm surge. So just being aware not to focus too much this year on the numbers, the category, the wind speed, really any of it. We need to be hyper alert anytime that something's really brewing up in the Atlantic with chance of development, or when we see something brew up kind of in the last minute in the Bay of Campeche or anywhere in the Gulf of Mexico. So knowing that there's different hurricanes is important. That kind of leads into where we're at with Hurricane Hannah and our FEMA appeal. I recently spoke to our TDM district coordinator, Gary Barney, to see if he had heard, or anybody in TDM had heard from FEMA on the result on whether or not they were going to federally declare Hurricane Hannah. He hadn't heard anything at the time, nor have we. So we're still sitting in suspense on that. But I think we can make the assumption, because they've already referred to it, and here's another name for a different kind of hurricane, that they've already kind of referred to it as a nuisance hurricane, which it's kind of a hard pill to swallow when you have actually felt the loss, because it's your business, it's the way that we make money. I hate the use of that particular word for a hurricane to describe a hurricane that doesn't cause individual resident impact or loss of life. But the damages are still incredible. The recovery process, it still takes the same amount of time. And so I kind of want to also bank on what you said when you talked about essentially what we call an emergency management mitigation strategies. It's incredibly important for us to restore that beach, because it's going to help prevent the land right next to it from washing out. So we have to build Bob Hall Pier with every possible mitigation strategy going into it. This not only is going to help us if we do get into this whole we've got damage and we want it to be declared, we'll have no doubts that we've taken every measure to make it the most sound and damage-proof hurricane, damage-proof pier possible, but it's reality. We know that any physical structure is capable of succumbing to a disaster like a hurricane. But as we do build Bob Hall Pier, we need to consider mitigation strategies from the ground up and from the beach back all the way into the parking lot. It's all connected. And when you see one piece get taken out, we can see how it's going to take out or compromise the next piece that's adjacent to it. So we have to look at the rebuilding of Bob Hall Pier much bigger than the pier itself. And I think that's incredibly important now that we're really going to have, I don't want to say freedom in our rebuild, but if FEMA's not engaging the public assistance program for this and we're not following those particular guidelines or restrictions, then we can go above and beyond in establishing a really solid sound pier with every mitigation strategy we've talked about on the committee, introducing other things like educational components and coastal resiliency efforts that will help in securing those funding sources, and rebuilding that beach and making sure that beach is sound is a huge part of that as well. That's really all I have on the update right
Yeah.
now, as we haven't heard a final commitment from
Right.
FEMA yet.
The only thing I was going to mention, and is that I think it would be wise because of our May 2021 flooding. You'll remember that particular statute that we're relying on for the cumulative effect of disasters. In other words, not the threshold
Right.
branch, but the other branch. I think that the supplement would be our May 2021 flood experience and the damage that caused and, to the county and the burdens. Even though we declared a local disaster, I don't think we've met the state threshold yet. And so
No, we haven't.
that will not, I just think that would be an important supplement to add to Tatum's file. And so maybe if you would consider working with Gary on that, it could not hurt. And it really meets I think it's 44 CFR, whatever section it is. It meets that requirement, if you will, of, wow, you guys have been unduly burdened.
I'll also work with Scott Cross and Coastal Parks to identify if there was a reduction again in the beach because of the May rains.
It's a great
or
idea.
Any other impact to the pier that were related to the rainfall.
Right. Very good. And Melissa, would you take us briefly through items 3 and 4?
Yes, so winter storm, we are in long-term recovery for winter storm. I think truthfully, the one thing, if I'm going to be brief, is pointing out that our Coastal Bend Disaster Recovery Group was activated. This was federally declared. We had last week our first in-person board meeting. I'm a board member. So I was able to sit in and get updated on some of the repairs that they're helping with. They've helped by $62,000 in repairs across the coastal bend for winter storm, and this is all due to the pipes bursting or any other damages that were caused by the winter storm. So our long-term recovery group is activated. I'm working with our Tatum district coordinator and kind of liaison into FEMA for getting that information that we also struggled with after Hurricane Harvey, which is the individualized FEMA information. We don't want to just know how many people have applied to the individual assistance program. We want to know how many people in Nueces County have applied, how many people in San Patricio have applied. When it comes to the long-term recovery, especially for our long-term recovery group, it's critically important for us to know the very detailed itemized information. The other thing we're needing to do in getting that data from FEMA is make sure that the long-term recovery group is actually supporting people that have been denied in the individual assistance program. That's what the long-term recovery group was developed and stood up to do, which was supplement those unmet needs not met by FEMA and other state programs. And so we're in recovery, long-term recovery for winter storm. And again, we're still working on procuring resources that were not easy to acquire when our roadways and other are shut down, and making sure that Nueces County has resources and can sustain itself. That's all I have for winter storm, unless there's
Thank you.
questions.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? And I'd call for all questions on items number 1, 2, and 3. Okay, why don't you proceed to the flooding events?
Sure, and forgive me, the only other thing I wanted to say on winter storm was we've been working on Haggerty with the after-action review. They're about to send us our second draft, and as soon as that is approved, commissioners, that will be sent out to you. We did a series of meetings to meet with all of the stakeholders that were involved in our winter storm response, and we're putting together a really great report that lays out the entire disaster response and then also identifies what actions have been taken or need to be taken to improve some of the things that are identified that didn't go well in that report, and that will be available to you very soon.
Excuse me, Melissa.
Yes, sir.
If you can let us know what help is out there for, I had one of my constituents called you the other day, asking
Yes.
for relief.
And I'm going to tell you all about it, but that had to do with the May floods, and that's my next
Okay,
storm.
I just wanted to let you know, let the people know.
I'm gonna, because I got that call and because you sent me that contact, and it was somebody that actually spoke to me right after we had the rains. So I had spoken with him before. I'm gonna really focus on exactly that, which is how individuals can get help for recovery when we're not declared and we don't have those programs available.
Thank you very much.
You're very
Chris.
welcome.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions about winter storm?
No, only that, and we won't belabor the point right now, but later in the afternoon when we talk generators, there's a real nexus between winter storm and generators, and so we'll bring that up at that time. And the only thing is, and since we're going to move on to floods, and she had the opportunity to make her public comment, I just want to note for the record that we are doing everything we can. We are waiting on the General Land Office to make a decision about that parking lot. But if you will, as I say, maybe move 90 degrees around, you're going to see 4 people that can help in this endeavor. They are aware. They got to hear your comments, and we had a chance to meet yesterday about the parking lot. And so I just wanted you to know that both from Scott Cross's perspective, Melissa's, Gary Barney, who represents Tatum, and myself, it's time to say, what's your answer? Kindly and respectfully, what's your answer? And we also, there'll be a Coastal Parks Board meeting. You might want to go make your public comments there as well. They will be asking the amendment to be, the county attorney to help on the amendment to the beach management plan that clarifies, we believe we already have the authority if it's the same footprint, but clarifies that the beach management plan also provides for a reinstatement of a parking structure that does not occupy a greater footprint after a declared disaster in a storm. So there's definitely work to be done. I just wanted you to know that there's a piece of it that's not in our control, but that advocacy is absolutely critical. And I think, as you said, sometimes you just have to say, it's time. And that's kind of where we are. So with that, Melissa, why don't you finish up with May floods?
Sure. So again, I already spoke a little bit about what I'm going to focus on for this update, and that is the individual long-term recovery process. We have individuals right now in different parts of the county that suffered from flooding and have damage. This is where we find ourselves. We didn't have this happen in Hannah because individual residents weren't impacted this way. But you have these disasters where there's enough damage for us to feel the impact, but it's not declared. So programs like individual assistance and other state and local programs aren't triggered the way that they normally are. So now it's up to us as an individual community to recover. This is what I told the gentleman that you sent my way to speak with, and I will say this in Commissioner's Court to the public that's listening. Some of the steps that you can take for yourself right now, if you haven't already, is to photograph and document your damage as much as possible, as soon as possible. You don't want to wait too long because it's hard to justify whether damage was done from the rain that day or the rain 4 days later, or just because it hadn't been taken care of yet. So document, photographs, send that to our Office of Emergency Management. That helps us kind of get those numbers collected and have an understanding of the full impact to our county. But some of the things that you can do to start getting assistance. In this particular storm, because our long-term recovery group is activated by federal disaster declaration, we are relying on our VOAD, or our volunteer organizations active in disasters. They work very closely with our long-term recovery group, and they all participate in construction and rebuild, mucking out houses. Each volunteer organization or nonprofit organization comes with different skill sets and abilities. We use all of these different groups collectively to help our community recover when we do have a federal declaration. It's the same exact thing. We're just skipping the whole FEMA and individual assistance, the TWIA, the SBA loan process that everybody has to go through and then get denied before we can get to this next step. So now we're just there. We're at that step. So we need to reach into our local Samaritan's Purse and American Red Cross and some of those other organizations that help our community recover. And the individuals, if they begin by calling our social service department, that's kind of how that help is going to be triggered. They can be directed to either get assistance in replenishing clothing, to repair, to restore an appliance that was damaged because of water, or because you actually have your flooring that needs to be ripped out and replaced. Everybody's damage can look different, and the support and need that they have can look different. And so tapping into either 211, who can connect you to the same people, or tapping in directly to our different very well-known volunteer organizations and nonprofit organizations here. That's really going to be the process. We have to help each other recover. And these organizations and agencies, they know how to do this. They've helped us with different disasters. We had Harvey that they helped our community recover with the same types of damage. And then the May 2015 floods, the exact same kind of damage, the flooring damage, damage to electrical, things like that. And so these different organizations are very skilled, and they come with materials, and they come with personnel, and they can do these projects very quickly. And so that's really my guidance to our community, is to reach out to those support systems that we do have here on a local level, our social service department, volunteer organizations. We have different church groups that do the same thing. They're able to come out and help people rebuild. And so that's my advice to you. But the documentation side of things is still very important, whether you have insurance or not. It's a good practice to get into, because you would have to do the same thing if we had a hurricane and it was federally declared. So I encourage everybody to take these steps. And if you're not getting through the process, or if you're having a hard time and you haven't been recovered yet, please reach out to my office and let me know, and I will try to send you down a different avenue that might be able to better support your recovery.
Thank you very much, Melissa.
Thank you, Melissa. We appreciate that. Commissioner Hernandez, we're also looking at some new software that we'll be evaluating. It's from the Luminaire family. It's a family that we know very well. But what we really like about it is that if you can use a phone, you can probably upload images to us in real time, and then we can make real-time help available. So it's called Emergency Disaster Recovery Software. Look for that to be, probably in an upcoming agenda. This is cutting-edge stuff, and this is where everything is headed, is we need to basically modernize our portals so that once cell service is restored, you can take your pictures, you can send it to us, and then we're able to react. And then our damage assessments are not only quicker, but they're more accurate, and we can get help to them. So in fact, Melissa's been visiting with me about it, and we're going to have a full-blown demonstration very soon. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Well, I encourage the public to take advantage of it and call Melissa if they have any problems.
Yes, we don't have a problem taking those calls. It's unfortunately, I wish I could go and rebuild your home for you. I'm just going to have to give you a number of somebody else, but I can certainly be that connection between you and whatever the next step is going to be.
Okay, thank you again.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thanks, Melissa. Overall, a good report. And again, just to clarify, when you gave your vaccination report, City County Public Health are administering vaccines at all IRT locations. And so we're very grateful for that collaboration with the IRT and City County Public Health.
Yes, it's
Thank you.
fantastic, and we also have vaccinations here in the courthouse. We've seen a really good turnout in that, and we're going to continue to do that here so that when we have people flowing in, if they haven't been vaccinated, we've got it right there ready for them as well.
Exactly. Thank you again, Melissa, for a thorough report.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Commissioners, we are going to, and I know I've done my best to try to accommodate everybody, and I just want to ask the further indulgence of Mr. Taylor, who I know is waiting patiently, but I have a promise to keep with regards to not only my own schedule with the Juvenile Board, but the schedule of some guests that have come from out of town. But you will be on deck, as they say, sir. And I direct your attention to item 3A1, which is the receipt of the update of the 87th Texas legislative session. I can't imagine a more important timing after hearing our disaster reports to discuss the legislative session, as they did everything they could to help us in addressing some of these disasters, from COVID-19 to the winter storm, and of course flood mitigation and hurricanes are always top of mind as well. So to help us, to guide us with our entire report, let me introduce once again to the audience that's listening and those members of the audience, Mr. Joel Romo. Joel represents one of our four-person team. Hugo Berlanga is also present, Mr. Reed Clay, and also Patricia Shipton. We have taken an approach that is, I think, a very smart and wise one, and that is we use the team approach. We divide and conquer. We deal with really dozens and dozens of state agencies along with our legislative session. So Joel, and we'd like to have you begin. I also want this to be interactive, Joel, so at any time any commissioner has any questions, let's just kind of make it free-flowing. But I know that Connie can tee up the presentation at this time.
Absolutely. Good morning, and thank you, Judge. And on behalf of our team, we appreciate not only the opportunity to work on behalf of the county, but be part of this team. We got to know each other very well again this session, spent a lot of time together, and we've really enjoyed working as a team. Between the individuals that the judge mentioned, Patricia Shipton and Hugo Berlanga and Reed Clay and myself, you have 130 years of legislative experience combined. That's everything from...
That means Hugo's 105?
105.
Wow.
Yes. So that's why we needed to go early, so he's going to get his nap in this afternoon. Just kidding. But everything from an elected official to a chief of staff to legislative director to governor's office to positions with different lawmakers, we have brought our talents together to work for you this session. I want to thank, on behalf of the whole team here, we want to thank the Commissioners Court, the county officials that called upon us and we walked around the halls with and worked on issues that may not have been on our agenda, but were whether with other associations. Your staff here at the county, everybody from Scott Cross to Belinda to Tyner to other departments, they were always answering calls late at night, early morning, last-minute requests from legislative offices, and so we could not have done and been responsive without their help. And then, of course, I want to thank our legislative delegation, Senator Hinojosa, Chairman Hunter, Chairman Abel Herrero, Senator Colhorst, and their staff. We have a great delegation. We could not have been successful without their efforts, their guidance, but we also look forward to continuing work because there's still much more work to be done, and their staff deserve a big thank you from this Commissioners Court. Legislative staff really looked out for Nueces County and was always calling one of us, hey, this is going on, have y'all looked at this? So at any time that we were in the building, we went straight to their offices and addressed either ideas or concerns. And then there were other lawmakers as we made our rounds, and as the judge and other county officials made their rounds in Austin, there were other lawmakers that asked, how can we help? They like Nueces County. People like, this community. So, everybody from Senator Lucio, Terry Canales, Richard Raymond. We had folks from, Representative Buckley from the base. What's the base there? The military base. Killeen wanting to help us. So we have really established a broad band of lawmakers to help us. I'll go to the second slide now. And again, as the judge mentioned, this is going to be interactive. We're going to pinch hit some of this from the team, but I'm going to cue things up. As you know, COVID-19 really did get through us a curveball in terms of legislative strategy. We couldn't go in the building for the longest time. They did not open the Capitol until the first week of January. There was a lot of virtual meetings. There was limited access to lawmakers. There was no interim hearings that were supposed to take place, very few. Actually, the last interim hearing that took place in March of 2020 was on COVID. And after that, they closed the building. And so when the session started up, many of you here went through that big tent that TDM set up on the Capitol grounds, so there was daily screening. So you didn't have a healthier team other than ours, because we were constantly getting screened every day to go in the building. But again, there weren't that many events. There wasn't an association of county days. There wasn't urban county days. There were very limited meetings. They couldn't do the conference rooms. Committees didn't have a lot of hearings at first. So, there was a lot of challenges for the agenda items that we chose, but also the access. Then we also had new leadership. We had a new speaker, Speaker Dade Phelan from another coastal community, very supportive of our issues, but he had to set up a new team, staff, committees, so those committees didn't get assigned till February. Then you had a small winter storm there that really impacted and changed the dynamics of the legislative session. Everything that had been pandemic relief was now the electric grid. So you had some priorities that got thrown in, and that kind of really set things back when they were just starting to maybe make a little move and trying to have more hearings. All of a sudden, the focus was on the electric grid. The budget, the state budget, there was a lot of uncertainty whether the sales tax revenues were going to come in, were they going to have to tap into the rainy day fund, were they going to make major cuts. During the interim, the agencies did take a 5 to 10% cut as directed by the legislative the governor, lieutenant governor, and the speaker. So we didn't, when the comptroller did his revenue estimate in January, it was very gloom. But fortunately, as things came back open and people were spending more money, there's more income that came in, so the budget didn't turn out as bad. And we fortunately had a very aggressive legislative agenda. As many of you, a couple of you commissioners may remember, our legislative team met with each of you individually prior to the session. We identified the priorities that you wanted. We put an agenda together. You adopted it in December of 2020, and it was very robust. It covered everything you could imagine. And many folks thought, how are you going to get some of this done? And we knew it was going to be a challenge, but we kept pushing and we kept staying in front of our lawmakers, other agencies, other committees. We can go ahead and start with the next slide. So there was a lot of curveballs thrown at us, but at the end of this presentation, you're going to see that Nueces County came out doing very well during the legislative session. So if we move to the next slide with the regular session stats, you'll see that there was a few less bills filed this session. In 2021, there were 6,900 bills versus 7,500 in 2019. Our lobby team and each one of us here in this room has our own legislative tracking systems, but collectively, we tracked nearly 1,000 bills for you. That means there were search engines looking at bills that impacted Nueces County, Commissioner's Court, your different departments. We monitored the budget. We tried to work on a couple items of the budget. But as you heard, the budget process was very stringent. At the end of the day, they even ended up reducing the budget by 5% by a tune of $13 billion, and they were able to come up with a $248 billion budget for the 2022-23 biennium. As of this past weekend, which is when the veto period ended for this previous session, 127 bills became law with the governor's signature. He vetoed 20. Fortunately, none of ours did. And believe me, all our team here was babysitting those bills to the end. We were called in the governor's office, meeting with staff, making sure nothing got vetoed or all questions were answered. At the end of the day, 1,041 bills were signed by Governor Abbott. Let me go to the next slide and share a little bit of how this all came together. So after you adopted your legislative agenda, we took it to the different organizations, the City of Corpus, Urban County, Association of Counties, some of the other organizations from the different county officials. We briefed our legislative delegation on our priorities. We briefed their staff. We briefed other critical committees. We coordinated legislative visits with some of you as you did come up to the Capitol during the session to share about the need for those priorities to be adopted. And we met with legislative leadership from the Speaker's office, Governor's office, Lieutenant Governor's office. We left no stone unturned. And I'll go ahead and move to the next slide. So I'm going to hit, and this is where we're going to start kind of pinch hitting a little bit. You know, one of the first priorities that was, actually, I think it was the earliest one that got passed all the way. Actually, we were so good, we passed this bill twice.
Yeah, we did.
Senate Bill 780 was the IGSA bill.
Yes, yes, sir.
Judge, could you put the slide presentation on camera, please? It's not that I don't like seeing Mr. Romo's face. but
No,
I'd like to see the
no
presentation.
worries.
Emailed it to him. I can't.
Okay, what I'm,
Okay, all right.
hold on one second. We are going to help you, Brent. Joel, hang one second. We're turning the
fine.
camera on. Do you
There you
have
go.
do you have visualization now?
Yeah, that's better. The public might want to see that too. That's all I was trying to think.
Yeah,
through.
no, great point.
Thank you.
So the IGSA bill, working with the Office of the Governor and Reed, helped us get some bicameral support, bipartisan support. Reed, you want to talk a little bit about the IGSA bill and how important it was to the Governor's office?
Yeah, sure. Well, good morning, Commissioners and Judge. Great to be with you. Yeah, this is an example, actually, in a session that Joel just mentioned was very truncated. I call it the Ferrari session because we went from about 0 to 60 as soon as Uri happened. So, but this is one of the bills where, you know, we kind of did it the old-fashioned way, the right way, which is we had meetings leading up into session with, representatives in both chambers. And, you know, along with building a coalition behind us to pass the bill, you know, we got a little bit of luck in having some good relationships at chairing the House committee and vice chair, able to get them to joint author this bill. And as Joel mentioned, it really kind of flew through the process, which is a testament, I think, to a lot of the work we did going into that. A big part of that was getting the governor's office on board. As their military preparedness office is, very interested in this bill and getting them, generating some interest by them, I think really helped push this through as quickly as it went. And I think this is going to be a great benefit, including, monetarily for the county. So it was a good win for us.
You might want to just mention, that very few hearings. This was when you were trying to get your legislative agenda on, and they're telling you, we have very few opportunities to get new bills that are not, pandemic or winter storm related. This one really caught the eye, didn't it, Joel, of
It did.
every military community in Texas?
And I think at the end of the day, in the Senate, we had a majority of the senators co-sponsor the bill. And in the House, you had a lot of military members of the House sponsor the bill as well. And again, that was, and I will also say that Chairman Richard Raymond out of Laredo carried the bill as chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee, but also because of the relationships here and some of our team members that he did it not only for Nueces County, but it was a good thing for Texas. And then
You have anything to do with that, Patricia?
Yeah.
I mean, you're kind of from the same community, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
and Patricia's going to talk LPPF.
But good morning, how are
Good
y'all?
morning.
Yes, on the LPPF bill, and you make a great point, Judge, because as Reed said, hearings were truncated, things got a slower start. We really had to do a lot of background work. We didn't rely on, and wouldn't necessarily rely on just the public hearings, but it increased our efforts in meeting with folks individually, making sure that you went and checked in regularly, because there just weren't the same public dissertation on different things. So to the LPPF bill is a good example. We passed the LPPF bill last session. It was one of our big priorities. It was a success. We came back this session with a few necessary tweaks. Probably the most dominant and predominant of those tweaks that we needed was to not have the sunset date on there. Our LPPF was a contingent bill, if you will. It had an expiration date. It was a trial to see if we would get going. So we had an expiration date, as did all LPPF bills when they were passed in 2019 session. We came back with the removal of the expiration date so that it goes forward, it has a life going forward, it's living, breathing entity. But we also had a few tweaks. Those tweaks ran into some opposition. We had some concerns about the commingling of funds. We had a very strict signal, or very definite signal from the governor's office, I should say, that if there were any provisions in the bill that addressed funds or new revenue sources, we'd have to go back to an election of the people. At the end of the day, working with Senator Hinojosa and Chairman Herrero and some of our partners here in the medical community, we went ahead and said the preservation of the LPPF is priority, and we will go with a bill on Senator Hinojosa's advice and the governor's approval to just extend the date of the LPPF. And so there's no expiration date on this LPPF. And I think this gives us the legs going forward in coming sessions as we look at and examine the needs of this community to come back to the legislature and say, okay, now we've got this LPPF and we know what we can do in the community, and we'll move on from there. Thank y'all.
Yeah, that is also a priority of the Nueces County Hospital District.
Correct.
And I will say that, working with Krista Spahn, Driscoll Children's, HCA, every provider had to be on board. This one is what I would call these were heavy, heavy lifts. And again, other jurisdictions were affected because we wanted some consistency across the board. We're grateful because this is our medical care. For those listening at home, you might, we use a lot of acronyms. We're sorry about that. IGSA stands for Intergovernmental Support Agreement, and LPPF stands for Local Provider Participation Fund, and this is how we protect our indigent healthcare system in Nueces County. Without LPPF, you have no protection, and we have no dollars to run the most critical mandate that the state gives to counties, which is indigent healthcare and behavioral health. So, team, there are many big wins. The three that you've listed are my personal three favorites. They're not all of them, but these were the ones we had to have. Thank you for these first two. Joel, how about the third?
Sure, and on the LPPF, I think this will be an issue that will be looked at during the interim and the next session, how these hospital districts use these funds and how they operate.
Yeah.
So I think we will have more work to do on this. And the good thing is we have a story to tell here in Nueces County. The third one, actually, this is one of those that, thanks to Commissioner Mades, when we met with him, Patricia and Hugo and I, back in the summer, I remember I was on the beach when I did this call. This was an idea and a concept that he had, and working with legislative staff during the interim, and other stakeholders, this bill became part of the legislative agenda. And actually, Commissioner Mades came and testified in the House Urban Affairs Committee, and that's one of those bills, we had to get information from the county to make sure the legislature doesn't like to pass bills that are gonna cost a governmental entity dollars. And we were able to prove that there was already an infrastructure in place, partnerships with, I believe, Baquete ISD and others. I think it was minimal cost to the county. That put lawmakers at ease. So this bill, actually, and Senator Hinojosa has been really sharing this all over his social media channels now that it's been passed and signed by the governor. So this will do a lot, make an impact in the workforce in Nueces County with this Colonia Self-Help Center, and I believe Texas A&M is also working part of that.
Kingsville.
Texas A&M Kingsville. So Commissioner Mades, I don't know if you wanted to elaborate anything on that.
Sure. No, I thank you for your work and guiding me through that hearing, and they were very receptive in the hearing. Of course, a bipartisan committee, and it passed, and they took my testimony, and of course, Representative Herrero before me testified as well, and really laid the groundwork for me to go up and share my information and the concerns, which was, as you said, Joel, was there any cost to the state? And once I explained to them the partnership that we had already been working through, I think that eased any concerns that there would have been had we been asking for a dollar amount. And and since then, and during that process, I want to thank Belinda and Tyner, especially Belinda right now, working on the MOU. So as we speak, we're moving forward so that we can have everything ready to go September 1. And as I, kind of envisioned from the get-go, was this complements the IRT work that we are doing right now as a county that ends in this month to really help prepare and connect the community to more services. But thanks to Representative Herrero and Senator Hinojosa for carrying this. And from what I understand, this designation as a Colonial Self-Help Center has not happened in the state for at least, I think, close to maybe 20 years.
Correct.
There's been no designation like that. And so I think we kind of probably, once again, kind of setting the trend, and I'm sure other communities will look at how that can benefit them. But I'm really excited about that, and I think that we'll do a lot of work to empower our residents in the colonias and just help provide more services. And like you said, with really minimal cost to us with our partnerships with Banquete ISD, with Texas A&M Kingsville Social Work Program, and then, of course, with us and our staff. So thank you all for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and then I'll turn over to Patricia, and she's going to discuss our TWIA priorities.
I have one question. This is great on the Self Center. I mean, it's way overdue, but I just want to say, this is one of those unfunded mandates, right?
Well, we asked for it, so
Right.
it's not so much unfunded, but there will be other opportunities. I'm hoping maybe in future sessions that we can go and
Sure.
get part of the funding source, and I think Belinda is really working on that already with us, and maybe we can get an update maybe in the next meeting, just where we're at for the court to know. But yeah, they weren't putting it on us so much. We asked us to put it on ourselves because of the partnerships that we were starting. But like I said, it's really to complement the work that
Yeah.
you and the county have established here with the IRT, and I
I
think
mean, you always
that-
hope to have money anyway, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You always
Oh,
hope to have money.
Yeah, you got it.
And I do believe that both the building, it will be a nominal or de minimis, transfer from Banquete. I think that what the court needs to get ready for, and this is something that pays huge dividends, is, I would say fixing it up, so to speak, giving it a little sprucing up. But that is just so de minimis in comparison to the opportunity to reach people, and have access to both information and social services. Patricia?
Yeah, the next slide is, there we go. So the Texas Windstorm Insurance Program, and you all know how important this is, and I'm not going to belabor that. I will say that it is an issue that continues to get more and more prominence in the legislature. And I remember back as a legislative staffer, or even working for Governor Perry or Speaker Strauss, it was one of those issues, and big shout out to him, to Todd Hunter, that everybody knew Hunter knew what he was talking about on this, so kind of deferred to him. Chairman Hunter has done an exceptional job in getting other legislators invested and vocal on this program, not the least of which is our current speaker. So that was a huge boost this time. I think Tyner referenced it, and I appreciate that resolution that y'all did this time, or this morning rather. But, we kind of had a surprise attack last December because the rate increase was not posted on the agenda. And they went ahead and took a vote on it anyway, and it was only by action and pressure from the governor's office and our delegation and other delegations that made the insurance commission reverse that. And it was but for that narrow time frame and that really heavy push to get that done. So I think in a reaction to that, we saw a lot more bills this session on TWIA. It's usually going in and just doing tweaks, but we saw everything. There were over 25 bills that we were monitoring this time on TWIA. Everything from having TWIA cover tornadoes and firestorms to funding TWIA through casino gaming on a coastal county. I mean, you name it. The two bills that passed were well agreed to and honed down. The one particular bill by Mays Middleton, Todd Hunter, J.M. Lozano, and Dominguez, and Senator Larry Taylor had several provisions, but I think the most significant of that is that it requires TWIA's headquarters to be located in a coastal county, which will be significant because it gives them some awareness of what they're actually working on and dealing with. And then probably the other big one is that they can't take a vote on a rate increase without a full board membership. In other words, what we had seen over the years is that for whatever reasons, the governor's office hadn't fully appointed those members to TWIA. And, but they were going ahead and taking votes, oftentimes without any representation from a coastal county whatsoever. Almost exclusively without representation from a coastal county. This changes that. I think that, combined with the next bill on the next slide that I will mention to y'all, is that this bill, which was the study that we had passed in 2019, primarily because of COVID and pandemic restrictions and all the hearings that were canceled that Joe mentioned to us, this kind of re-upped that study. It goes to the funding sources for TWIA and what TWIA funding should be and is appropriate, and then it combines that with the the fair access to insurance requirements and see if those two plans should be combined. And so it's going to be a pretty hefty study. We're waiting to see who's going to be appointed to those committees to study this. But in that bill, we also got a provision, and this was a late add to the bill in its progress, but they can't file a rate increase. TWIA cannot file a rate increase without 2/3 vote of the committee. So those two provisions combined, a full complement on the commission or on the TWIA board and a 2/3 vote is going to really be a nice mechanism to kind of keep those rate and those surprise rate increases in check. And this is all very relevant, especially the resolution that y'all just voted on, and it's so important to us because we do anticipate a meeting in August. And I suspect, don't want to cast any doubt or question the motives, but I suspect that the meeting in August is probably because neither of these two bills take effect till September 1st.
Right.
So here we go. So I'm very, very important to have the resolution. I think I will join Chairman Hunter and whoever else he asks to be there for the hearing in August and waiting to see what the agenda is. They surely wouldn't be foolish enough to not post a rate increase if they chose to bring one up, but it's happened to us before.
Right.
So thank you all for your support on this.
Yeah.
This is a big issue. I'm not as well versed in the intricacies of the insurance code and property casualty code as I would like to be, but I'm learning quickly, and I have great support from our delegation and from y'all on that, so thank you.
And again, just to highlight for our audience, just monitoring 25 bills that affect your coast and your insurance for your residents, both businesses and residents, is enough to make anybody have a full-time job. And so I just want you to know, while we have a champion, that champion cannot go put a card in on our behalf. That champion cannot go help us with TAC or CUC or our brethren in brothers county judges and sister county judges in Dallas or El Paso. That's what you guys do. So as we make our case as urban counties for why these legislative teams like yourselves are doing such good work and such huge benefits to the taxpayer, I want to emphasize that. Just this one slide. I'm going to make the case for every slide, but just this one moment, 25 bills that could affect these taxpayers, the benefit cost analysis of this team in front of us, Nueces County, is immeasurable. It's a priceless, and it's really important to make that, what they say, connect the dots. Thank you to Senator Colhorst and Senator Hinojosa for carrying our load.
Yes, thank you all very much.
Okay, our next slide. Reed?
Yeah, so next, we're going to talk about broadband a little bit, as everybody in this room, particularly those with school-age children, are very familiar with at this point. Broadband has become a significant issue, during the pandemic, and leadership decided, both the lieutenant governor, the governor, and the speaker decided that this would be a priority this session. Texas, a leader in most things, is actually a little bit behind on broadband. Don't have a statewide broadband office, don't have a statewide map, don't have a plan, and that hurts our communities when we go for federal funding from the NTIA or the FCC in terms of broadband grants. So this bill would remedy that. It establishes a broadband office inside the comptroller's office. It requires them to create a map of where adequate service exists and where it doesn't, and it would also establish a plan for broadband development. I think most importantly, it creates a development fund that will, with rules to be written by the comptroller, will allow communities to access incentive funding, grants, low-interest loans, things of that nature. Again, the rules with respect to that are yet to be written. I think most importantly for the immediate future in terms of, we'll talk about special sessions in a little bit, but one of the things that is left undone in this bill, Joel, you mentioned earlier the sort of budgetary issues that we were faced with coming into this session. That fund is not yet funded, so it exists, but there's no appropriation to it yet. But we'll talk about in a bit the $16 billion that the state government has from the American Rescue Plan Act, and whether that's likely to be a topic of conversation in one of the special sessions, and whether that's a potential use for or a funding mechanism for this fund. So The bill, just real quickly, it had a majority of legislators sponsor it, and obviously very, I don't know if it was unanimous, but close to unanimous vote in both chambers. The effect of that means that when the governor signed it 2 weeks ago, that it was effective immediately. So they'll begin work on that office right now.
Reed, I wanted to ask you real quick on that.
Yes, sir.
I know we have a state approach, but would you recommend, or have you already seen other communities, other counties that are addressing this issue? I mean, do you think that this would be something that Nueces County would maybe need to start on our level, the local level, to kind of maybe complement? Or do you think we should kind of wait and see how this all develops with the statewide map and determining, effectiveness or availability of broadband?
Well, certainly, I won't answer the should question. Obviously, that's a question for you guys. But I think other counties are doing it, and I think there are currently funding mechanisms, those federal funds that I mentioned, that are available. One of the earlier, I don't know if it was the CARES Act or not, but actually, it was the December reconciliation in D.C. Funded about $250 million. In broadband funding that is available for public-private partnerships. And, the partnership, one of the entities can be the state, but it can also be a local government such as Nueces County. And, those funds, I'm happy to provide you with this information as follow-up. The rules just came out not too long ago. So that's definitely an avenue that's out there, and I do see other communities around the state doing that. Obviously the rural communities in particular, or the underserved communities in particular. So.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking in my part of, we all have rural parts in all of our precincts, but, especially heard it during actually Winter Storm Uri is where I heard it the most. Definitely during the COVID response, and I know we as the county and the judge helped work with a lot of our school districts to get access to kids when everyone was doing the virtual learning. But I just kind of had an idea what the answer was. I just kind of wanted to bring that up. And I know that we're working on it, looking at it, but there's so many opportunities that are best practice in other states and other communities across the country. And I know that they have a little bit more flexibility in those counties than we do in Texas, because we have to get so much of our permission from the state than rather be kind of proactive. But I think I've been monitoring that a lot, and then seeing the comments that the governor has been putting out, especially within the last week or two, about broadband has been really exciting to see and to hear. I think it's because of catch-up, but the fact that we realize now where we're at, that we do need to move, uniformly as a state, but also, what can we do here locally to really help meet our needs? Because even as recent as the flooding issues, once again, hearing the issues of broadband and people just trying to stay up to date through social media and other avenues, that they were not getting all that information that was needed. And so we always see it typically when it's emergency or, times where, information is so vital to the community to keep them updated. So that's the one thing I really worry about. I think of communities like Driscoll and Banquete and Agua Dulce that are, that in my precinct, that I hear so much of those concerns. So I'm glad we're moving forward on this.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Thank you.
And just to also highlight Representative Canales's bill, creating TERS for counties is incredibly novel, guys. This is a really awesome, innovative approach. Our team right here helped to make that happen. So I want to thank you for that. It'll be on the ballot in November. Again, its focus is on transportation projects, but I want to suggest that fiber optics is a method of transportation. So Reed has contacted the COG. We are talking about fiber optics. We do have a plan for Nueces County. We have not promulgated it because it has a $10 million price tag. The good thing is that Reed, who kind of has a background and specialty in the disaster mitigation piece of it, there's money for Harvey for broadband, there's money from CARES Act for broadband, and then there's money from the state for broadband. So the truth is that, John, I like your idea very much. Maybe that's a future agenda item, just to say, we're going to create our own plan because we already have the projects, but let's go ahead and have a plan and then merge that with the state's plan, or something like that. I like that, but please watch for that November issue on the ballot. This is going to could be a game changer for counties. as it reflects upon dollars for transportation. Ugo, take us home with the last few slides.
Well, you've already pretty much touched on HCR 99, which the two chairmen of transportation that sit in the House has passed this, and it'll be on the ballot. And again, I mean, this really gives counties across the state an additional tool in your toolbox to be able to develop undeveloped areas within the county. I don't have to tell y'all are very restrictive in what you can do in terms of ordinance-making powers and all of that, but in terms of expanding your tax base, the potential is extremely going to be available to you if we're successful in getting this constitutional amendment passed this coming November. I would be remiss, Judge, I mean, since I've been around the legislature for 105 years, as it was pointed out, I think, but a former staffer of mine is here in the audience, and he's a distinguished, I mean, he helped me, put me where I'm at today as a staffer when he was a law student at the University of Texas, and he's a distinguished citizen in Corpus Christi and a prominent lawyer, none other than Doug Chavez, and, but I've got to tell you,
89.
it's Chavez spelled with an S, not a Z, which I quickly got reminded by my staff when I was sending the memo out, and I put, they put an S, and I struck through it and gave it back to them. I said, don't ever give me a letter with his name on there with an S, and they quickly reminded me, you're wrong, his last name is with an S, not a Z. So,
Doug.
The next one is extremely important, and this one, the one dealing with the Senate Bill 1827. As you all know, the county's in litigation on opiate. Jim Reagan is the lawyer that represents the county. And on a Sunday afternoon, Jim Reagan calls me and says, we have got a major problem with this legislation. And I've got to compliment the Attorney General's office, but another former Corpus Christian who was in the middle of this, none other than Michael Watts. They had spent a year coming up with an agreement that everybody could agree with, that once, if in fact there were settlements done with these pharmaceutical companies, how everything would flow and who would and how it would be distributed. And I'm here to tell you that we were able to put it back together and keep it together, and through the efforts of not only our team but the people that were involved directly, and congratulations to Jim Reagan for bringing it to our attention quickly, so we could be involved on it. But in essence, on the first, I mean, we're looking at the total proposed settlement is about $26 billion. The first volume of money that's going to be made available from those pharmaceuticals that have reached settlement, and there's still some other pieces. And then we're also going to have a piece from some of those companies filed bankruptcy, so there'll be a different set of procedures on whatever money comes out of that bankruptcy that will be distributed. But Nueces County will stand to benefit to the tune, on the initial settlement phase of it, about $1.36 million. Now, the hospital district is also going to be benefited from it as well. We don't know exactly how much money they would get and all of that, but here's the real part of it where I think it really benefits Nueces County, potentially. Because you're in Region 4, and you're the biggest county in that region, you're also going to be able to come in and ask for additional monies for other programs for the region. And so all the different counties of Aransas, Karnes, Duval, Gemma, all those other smaller counties, conceivably, because of your size and you have a hospital district and all of that, that you will be able to provide some of those services to the outlying areas on a program-by-program basis, where they may not be in a position to be able to completely fund a program they would like, but the county here could do that and collectively provide some of those services and have a regional approach to dealing with some of these problems or some of the things that you may identify that would help in this regard. So I think that's huge in allowing that to come in play in the overall scheme of things. But it's going to continue to move. There'll be continued money will start flowing. We don't know yet exactly what direct payments the hospital district will get, because those details haven't been completely worked out, but they will be benefiting as well. So it's a benefit to the county.
So the next two bills are all additional tools for the county for everything from transportation funds to the use of debt to certificates of obligation. And I won't go too much into the details, but I'll share, as I think Judge Canales mentioned, urban counties really enlisted our team's help on some of these. They also have a small shop, but we worked with them on not only negotiations with legislative offices on these, but making sure that these tools were going to be able to be utilized by Nueces County. There was a couple of drafts of these bills that just really did not allow Nueces County to be able to use these certificate obligations. And we had to negotiate with the House and Senate leadership. And at the end of the day, while we didn't get ideal pieces of legislation, it was better than what was being proposed in one chamber or the other. And now, the mobility funds will definitely be helpful for future projects in this county, as well as the certificate obligations. The definition of infrastructures allowed for the opportunity to use these funds for projects in your county down the road. And I may we've got a lot of slides, and for the sake of time, I may just kind of highlight that some of these bills that we have here listed are from our delegation, from different areas that will impact the services you provide your constituents, from everything from local mental health authority to Chairman Hunter had some bills pertaining to sexually oriented businesses and putting some restrictions on those. The Nueces County Drainage District that you are familiar with, establishing expanding the board. And then also you have a couple human trafficking bills and suicide data. These are more for informational for you. We'll be working with these offices to implement these bills during the interim and help raise awareness in the community, and we'll provide that. And then, of course, also Chairman Hunter had a lifeguard safety beach bill. And I'm going to let Patricia highlight a couple of these next two, the lifeguard bill and the oyster bill. And then what we may do is we'll highlight what didn't pass, but then we want to get into the interim and upcoming special sessions.
And Judge, I want to echo something that you said earlier, and Joel just made a point. We did work closely with Conference of Urban Counties, and we did work closely with Texas Association of Counties and our counterparts at different, is that not working?
Just a little closer to you, that's all.
Our counterparts at other big counties. But some of our cohorts at, say, Travis County and other counties weren't allowed in the building. They had internal policies that didn't send their lobby teams necessarily out to, they had lobbyists perhaps, but they didn't have their teams on the ground. And so I do think, you're right, Joel, I think Conference of Urban Counties, we came kind of a go-to and even strengthened that partnership there. And we did go and work. Plus, some of our best contacts and some of our delegation members were leaders on these big issues. And so it gave us an opportunity to really highlight Nueces County and get Nueces County a little bit of a reputation of the go-to guys. So that was not a bad deal. Real quickly, the lifeguard bill. This is a true example of democracy in action, and you have to give it to Ms. Kawana Denson and her efforts. And as a mother with a very compelling story, she was in that Capitol, and she and Chairman Hunter worked this bill hard, and it was a labor of love on Chairman Hunter's part, and I think, and of course, for Ms. Denson, highly personal, and I just admire her so much. She did an incredible job telling her story, and so she passed the Jasani Smith Act on behalf of her son, and this requires the use of lifeguards and informational signs, and it really speaks to beach safety, and it also seeks to provide awareness of rip current hazards, which is the big point that she was trying to make, that most folks are not aware of these. And so it takes effect September 1st. We're going to work with Mr. Cross and folks at Parks and Wildlife to try to work on how we implement this going forward. It is something that we worked very diligently with, but this was a bill that had its moment and it was going to pass. And so we worked closely with Chairman Hunter to try to make it as feasible, workable, and to really provide a good product for the county, so, and for the public. The other bill that I will remind you all we worked very hard on last session, which was the Oyster Culture Development Act. We'd never had oyster farming in Texas before. It was not allowed. And so Nueces County, and on behalf of citizens of Nueces County who brought this forward to the legislature, worked very hard on this last session. There was a follow-up bill this time to do a little bit of tweaking to that language and to develop an oyster mariculture advisory board which I think Nueces County would have been very well-positioned to participate in and had some representation on. Unfortunately, that bill just ran out of time. It got stuck over in the Senate, and in those final days of Senate approval, it did not make the list of bills to get voted out. So we are going to commit to work with Nueces County and our delegation to move forward and see what we can do in the interim to kind of continue to have an advisory capacity in this field, and to also see what the next steps are for next session.
So, real quick, we did have, we came close again on the vehicle registration transportation fee. We filed a bill, Senator Hinojosa filed the bill for us. There was a bill that started moving in the House by Representative Rainey out of Brazos County, which would have allowed Brazos County to go to a referendum and issue a vehicle registration for their county, similar to what Nueces County was looking for. We were able to amend that bill in the House that would allow Nueces County to offer that. Made it to the Senate. Senator Hinojosa and others worked that process pretty hard. At the end of the day, that amendment was stripped out of the Senate, and the bill just maintained Brazos County. Still not sure what all the politics are. We think there's some leadership issues on particularly how this amendment, including Nueces County, it's kind of a mystery. What it is that we never will get we will get an answer one day. But again, we were able to throw an amendment on in the House, got out of the Senate, and then unfortunately it was stripped. And of course, we'll just run back at it one more time. And then we're going to go into now some of the items that did not pass, and then, as I mentioned, we'll step into the interim.
The part of our update was on House Bill 4640 by Herrero and Hinojosa. This is the one that would have allowed the county to do economic development in the unincorporated areas. And we had numerous drafts. We kept moving forward with it. We kept making more changes and whatnot. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. Now, at the end of the day, we had the majority, a vast majority of industry supporting the legislation. We did have some industry that still was not on board, okay? Now, the biggest disappointment for me was to have the mayor consistently lobby against it when it did not affect the city of Corpus Christi one way or the other. And how a mayor of this city or any city could be opposed to economic development is beyond me. But it is what it is, and I'm just telling you the way we saw it and the way it played out. And so it's unfortunate, but this issue is not going to it's not going to go away, because Texas ports are the only ones in the country that are not able to do economic development other than as it pertains to the Navajo functions. And so I think we highlighted the issue. I fully expect that the other ports in Texas, and there will probably be an interim study to really look at the comprehension, the possibilities of what this can mean for Texas ports. And remember, Texas ports don't get no benefit from the state of Texas like other ports across the country. We don't provide money to Texas ports to help them with economic development or expansion. And remember also, and y'all know this, that Nueces County, our port, has the authority to impose a tax. It has never, in the 85 years of existence, has this port ever imposed a tax on the citizens of Corpus Christi. Because of good management and continued expansion, this port will continue to prosper. But at the same time, not only this port, but other ports ought to have additional tools in their toolbox to be able to expand and do projects for the benefit of not only the port, but for the community. And all they want to do is just be the Lisa. They don't want to develop it. They don't want to invest the money to do it. All they want to do is say, we have a piece of land, and you're welcome to develop it. Y'all take the risk and whatnot. All we want to do is be the landlord. And so I think even though the bill did not get in, I think we highlighted the issue immensely in those halls up in Austin, and I'm hopeful that in the next legislative session, we can see some things, we can see this come to fruition. The other bill, Senate Bill 10, which was the taxpayer, governmental lobbying, taxpayer-funded proposal, I can tell you that that the legislation was worked on throughout the whole course of the session. I can tell you that the final form that bill came out, but did not get set by calendars, even though it came out of the Senate. Nueces County does everything that the legislation called for in the final version that did not make it through. Transparency, individual contracts laid out, the amount of money that's being spent, everything that this county does was already included in what the legislation. But obviously, there's some other counties that maybe not follow too, but it's not as transparent as Nueces County. But I'm proud of the fact that this county is very transparent when it comes to their contracts. The other one was in relation Senate Bill 1641 by Saffarini and House Bill 4137 by Lozano and Saffarini. This bill was extremely important because it was taking away one of your port commissioners from you. You were going to lose a port commissioner. The worst part about it is the way the legislation was set up, you were going to lose the only minority on the port that y'all had just recently appointed a couple of years ago. The way the legislation, she was going to be eliminated. Now, the worst part about it is that it would have said, and I think the reason why this bill did not receive a hearing neither in the House or in the Senate is because I believe the policymakers and the lawmakers understood that this would have created an incredible bad precedent. And let me tell you why. How you think that Hidalgo County, you think that Cameron County would love for Hidalgo County to go to the Port of Brownsville and say, hey, we want one of your port commissioners? Or do you think that Harris County would sit by and allow Fort Bend County to come over to the Port of Houston and say, we want one of your commissioners? I mean, where does it stop and where does it end? And so I think for those reasons, this legislation was bad public policy all the way around. The other thing, though, that was a little disheartening was that the mayor never, ever, and the city council never passed a resolution opposing that. And I can assure you that if it had been a commissioner taken away from the city of Corpus Christi, Mayor Wahadla would have been over here to the county asking y'all to pass a resolution to oppose that legislation. And why they opted not to is beyond me. I mean, I thought we all lived in the community together and we're all supposed to be working for economic development. We're supposed to be working for good public policy. And this is a clear example of something that is so egregious that the mayor could not see fit to come out and oppose the legislation. And it's disheartening, I'm telling you. Being a resident of here and watching that part of that dynamic play out, it's not good. It's not good at all. But hey, if that's what she wants to do, if that's what the council prefers to do, then so be it. But I've got to commend this Commissioners Court that you all had the foresight and you continue to move forward. Not every county does what y'all do, and y'all do it very well. But you also identify those areas where you need help and how we can help and expand your economic base, how you can better provide services to your constituents. And so I commend you all for having that foresight to look forward and to be outside the box and create activity that it makes your job a lot easier and allows you to provide more services to your constituents. The other bill dealing with boards and county, putting term limits on boards and commission did not make it through the process.
And really, again, we just never got a hearing. I mean, there was, when you're as aggressive as we are on our legislative agenda on the affirmative, and when you're as aggressive as the shield that we put up on the bad bills that we're trying to deflect or defend, sometimes something has to give. But I do believe that whether it's the Schwertner bill that passed and our amendment didn't get on, it showcases that those bills are proper bills, right? What we asked for in Nueces is what they got in Brazos, okay? So that part is important to note. And I also think it's important to note that when we as a region, and I say that, you know, multi-county and multi-jurisdiction, when we stay together, it's easier for our legislative delegation to get the job done. what we heard and what I just heard you say very strongly, that I will not impose on my other commissioners to make comment on, but I will, because I'm up there with you guys. I can't be up there every day, which is why we need you guys, because the work is so thorough and so much, is that I hear from our legislative delegation that they want us to be together. And this is something that we need to work on, team. And I do believe we're a team here. So why would we want to put this terrible burden on our awesome legislative delegation to have to, play mediator? We don't need to do that. And so I think that what you bring passionately to the court is that you did as good as you can do for this court. This court passed a legislative agenda. The things that we have here that did not pass, some were just a factor of time, like like Chairman Hunter's bill. Some were a matter of there just wasn't enough hearing space, And some were a matter because our other political jurisdiction did not stand shoulder to shoulder with us. And that's never going to be received well in Austin. So what I'm going to say humbly and respectfully is that, and I have this as my theme, it's a new day. It's over. Let us lick our wounds, so to speak, and let us move to interim, because this is where the work starts. It starts all over again. But we cannot go into it next time not defending our brother or sister entity. We must stand together, and this is what's required. And by the way, that's what we do. We help our jurisdictional partners, DD2, Water District Board, Nueces County Hospital District, Del Mar College, Texas A&M Corpus Christi, Chamber of Commerce. You guys helped us adopt their legislative agendas inside ours. So you're right, Patricia, when you say that you go to Nueces, you better believe it. Nueces is the one that not only do these entities come to for strength, but we're the ones editing and rewrite, to all of the different versions. And just finally, on the economic development bill, Ugo, the one thing I'm proud of is that not only did our hearing get a 7-7 vote, okay, with a lot of people getting up and walking, and we know why, but our 7-7 vote was very indicative that we had really created resolution in a lot of the important matters. So in other words, when our industry leaders came to us and said, we're uncomfortable with this, when our city leaders came to us and said, we're uncomfortable with that, when home builders, we've already addressed all of those. So the product that we begin with is a much better product. It's a much cleaner product. And I want to say thank you to all the naysayers right now publicly. You made us get a better product. So as we come into interim and for next time, you better believe that all our unincorporated areas, plus our small towns, Awalulce, Bishop, Driscoll, Robstown, you bet they deserve economic development from their port of Corpus Christi. Who do you think's working in the port of Corpus Christi? Who do you think those people are? They're those people. And they deserve their towns and communities to flourish just like the urban towns. And as a county, we must remember that the city is part of the county, and so are all our small towns. So I know it sounds that we didn't win, but maybe we did, guys. Maybe we did, because through it not passing, we have a much better chance, I think, going forward. I hope you feel the same way. I'm ready to let us to move forward, and I think Senator Creighton indicated that he would be willing, and that's where I think y'all are headed right now.
No, I don't think there's any question. We have a much better product, like you said, but the most important thing is.
Excuse me one second, Ugo, I'm going to yield to a commissioner.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to make a quick comment. I'm a little uncomfortable. I appreciate what you just said, and I'm going to be honest, I'm a little uncomfortable with what our lobbyist just said. I don't think it does do us any good to beat on other elected officials as we sit here and try to figure out how to work together going forward. So, Judge, I appreciate what you said, but I'm not comfortable sitting here listening to the description that our lobbyist just did, taking shots at the mayor when she's not here to defend herself. So I just think that's not the way we need to go on this. That was a very contested, horrible process, and there's a lot of different versions to it. But I think what we really need to do is work on exactly what you said, Judge, trying to say, hey, look, it's over, it's done. Let's figure out how we can do better next time. So I thank you for not doing that. But I would really just ask us all to be a little more cautious on what we say about other people that aren't in the room, that don't have the opportunity to come say things about themselves. And I wasn't going to say anything, but it was said twice on two different things.
It's
And that's
noted.
not, I don't want to be a part of that, so I don't want to be a part of those comments or
We're,
associated.
we're noted. That's noted. That's,
And Brent, you
And I-
beat,
and I just
Brent, you
wanna
beat
move
me
on.
to it.
I-
You, Brent,
that was very
you beat me to
So,
that, Brent.
and-
I feel the same way. Hold on, Hugo. I agree the same thing that Commissioner Chesney said. Not because anyone's not in the room, but, you know, we're paying you to work hard for us, and y'all have done a good job. Don't let that get undermined by whatever has come up. I think it's very unfortunate, the stances that have been taken. Those that took those stances know good and well they took them. I think that history will judge that in the next session, we will be vindicated and that these were good bills, like the judge says, and I think we will get them passed. But I agree, we should not take any shots at, and any of our partners, and I'm not predicting how anyone would feel, but you know, if we go to the point where we're picking sides or we make it look like we're picking sides, one, you're working for us, Hugo. You're representing us, and so those words make it seem like it's coming from this court. And I want the community to know that that's not coming from us, or at least it's not coming from me. I am very disappointed in some of the stances we were taking on some of these items, and I have shared that with some of our elected officials, our partners, not all of them, but some of them. And so they know how I felt on the bill that impacted Robstown, impacted my precinct directly, even after all the accommodations that we made. And I agree on the port issue, that's very big, and we need to fight for it. But if we get our partners at the city upset, then you know what? It doesn't take anything from them just to dangle over our heads, hey, let's get rid of one of the three spots that we have. So we do need to be careful in how we approach that. You know, it's just kind of the old quote, to stick to the facts, right? Let's just stick to the facts. And people who are involved know who are involved, whether they were doing it for a legitimate reason or anything personal agenda. But let's just move forward. I think that this is not the time or place. We're talking about victories. We're talking about opportunities, even in the failure. And so I don't want this to get in a battle between us or any of our partners in the city. So
no,
let's move forward.
it's a good comment, and I don't take it offensively at all, because I think that, quite frankly, we're all held accountable for our actions. But I will tell you that, you ever heard the term inside baseball? So this is, in the effort of having transparency, one of the things that needs to happen is you need to know what happened. And so I'll be honest with you, I've made my comments known, but it's also important that we understand why things happen the way they happen. So maybe, as we say, it's not what we say, but how we say it. And, but there's no doubt that the truth and transparency needs to be told. Otherwise, we won't know how to make it better. But I'm committed to making it better, and I appreciate the comments, and I'm going to work very hard on that. When 17 industries want to be neutral and be on your side, that is a message loud and clear to any city that you've chosen the wrong side. But I don't think the city ever got a chance to really choose. That was sort of the whole point. But we're going to work forward, and that's really what it's all about. But, you know, they say there's what is it, 10 grieving steps, or the 12, there's always the process of grieving, right? And the first is to acknowledge what happened. And the second is then to, you know, you get to acceptance, and we're getting there, but it's still very fresh. And I think there's an opportunity here to go forward. But it's not going to happen because we hide. And it's not going to happen because we don't tell the truth. We have to tell the truth.
Judge,
I just want to be noted that I also agree with Commissioner Chesney and Commissioner Mares with their statements. I don't think it should have been said, but it already has, and let's move forward then.
Agreed.
I agree. Let me, and if I offended anybody by, and because I understand the legislative process and saw what was happening, and being transparent and telling you, you deserve to know, if you didn't already know, what was transpiring. Now, And
think
let
I
it
think
be
we're
said,
new.
let
Hugo.
it be said that we
Hugo.
never,
Excuse me, sir.
ever,
Hold on.
we never allowed.
Hugo, just give me a second. Just give me a
I
second.
just, in all respect, I think we already knew what was going on, so. Everybody knew, everybody in town knew, so there was no surprise, but, no, I'm sorry,
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure Commissioner had an opportunity to
Yes,
speak.
no problem.
And
Like
we'll
I
let
said-
you finish, then we're going to move on to the last slides.
Yeah, we will. But again, the one thing that we did and what you did, Judge, is that we took every concern that was ever raised, no matter who it was. You allowed all the stakeholders to have input, and that's why at the end of the day, we have a much better product, like you said, that is gonna go forward, okay?
Right.
Now, if some people feel that, and again, I apologize, but I don't think there's nothing that I said that is not being truthful. And I'll be more than glad to visit with the mayor and anybody else, but at the end of the day, we have to work together, and I hope that now that we've got a product, that everything, all the objections that hopefully have been eliminated, we can now all embrace it as a community and as stakeholders in this community. That's all I'm
Right.
asking for, and I think we'll get there.
I
And,
agree.
And it took a session to get us where we're at.
Right.
So, again, thank you.
It reminds me of a good Thanksgiving dinner. It's not fun unless there's a little food being moved around. And I just want to say that at my house, with a full table, you might have some of that, but at the end of the day, you always have a good meal. And so I just want you to know, I personally, you remember what I told the girls this morning? I said, I'm not here to be normal. I'm here to be amazing. I feel like we have an amazing team, and you all are a part of that. And frankness and honesty and transparency should not be confused with the feelings, the emotions that this court has individual, ways of doing things. We're going to be okay, guys. Joel?
If we can move on to the next slide, I think we're going to go ahead and go to executive branch. There we go, and I'm going to have Reed come in, and this is where we're going to kind of jump into what happens next.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, executive branch doesn't stop turning when, even when there's a legislative session, and we've, going back to, COVID, and the onset of that, we've had, is this better? I'll just lean down. Like this? Okay, there we go. So, obviously, going back to COVID, we've been, had lots of irons in the fire with state agencies, working through the reimbursement process. I think one of the biggest things that we accomplished over the last 9 months is working with Texas Department of Emergency Management to effectuate the intergovernmental transfer between the city and the county that brought almost $3.5 million extra dollars of CARES Act money to the county. And then obviously going into the vaccine distribution process, we were very engaged with State Health Services and the vaccine allocation panel to make sure that the county got its fair share and make sure that we stayed on their radar. As you guys will remember, things were very scarce in the beginning. So, and then a couple grant things I wanted to talk about. Melissa talked about the HANA FEMA conversation that's ongoing. We've been very active in getting the governor's office and TDM aligned with us to continue to pursue that. I will say, in my time, working disasters for the governor, I've never seen them push, really this hard for, something like this, for not meeting the statutory threshold, for them to continue to appeal this and to continue to prevail upon FEMA, both the previous administration and the current one. To go ahead and grant the federal relief. It really is remarkable, and that's been a big effort on the county's part and has paid dividends. Obviously, we have yet to see how that turns out. FEMA has yet to tell us their final answer, as Melissa mentioned earlier, but certainly something we're still pushing for. Working still on a couple grants for some generators from leftover Harvey money. We were able to secure an additional one last summer. Finalizing that through the process, that's going to be an extra $1.2 million for the county for some generators. And then the other big issue that popped up during session was our application for the federal flood infrastructure fund, not federal, that we submitted on behalf of a coalition to do a watershed-wide study. We ran into some overlapping applications with the city of Driscoll, as well as the Drainage District, and that caught the eye of the directors of the Water Development Board excuse me, and we were able to kind of iron that out and make sure that the county remains the primary grantee, will lead the study process, and is getting the full amount that they requested. So kind of a little bit of a fire drill there, but we were able to iron it out and get a good result for the county, and look forward to seeing the outcome of that. So I'll pause there.
Okay, real quick, you heard about all the bills we passed on your behalf and others that are going to be statewide proposals. Now we're going to go, you heard a little bit about rulemaking. This is where, you know, the agencies will have to write rules. We, as your team and working with your departments and the Commissioners Court, will make sure that the intent of those bills move forward. There's a process. We have to monitor the rules, make sure they are doing what the legislative intent was of those bills, and then they're published, and then there's public comments, and it'll probably be another year or so where a lot of these bills are being implemented. Some may be faster, but this is some of the process. And again, I'm just going to go real quick. This is where we are now. We are in the interim, and we're also about to walk into a special session July 8th that the governor just called. That'll primarily be, he's not set the agenda items. Those most likely will include election reform, election integrity, bail reform. There may be some other items that may be added to the agenda. The governor, just to kind of recap, the governor calls a special session. He sets the legislative agenda. The session can't last for more than 30 days, can last as short as a day, but they'll convene July 8th. And then we do expect a second special session in the fall, most likely after the census numbers are in, to primarily focus on redistricting and probably some of the recovery funds, to the tune of $16 billion. There's going to be a lot of work, and the next few slides are items that we put together. For the sake of time, we don't want to read them to you, but committees are going to be meeting a lot during the interim. They didn't get a chance to last session. So all these committees, everything from transportation, appropriations, health, county affairs, they're going to meet during the next 18 months. They're going to look for ideas, and we also are going to be making sure that Nueces County is represented at those hearings. We also are going to recommend that you look at maybe adopting a modified interim legislative agenda. We're also going to suggest that you come up with some ideas that you may want to have studied. Of course, you always want to have the answer to your question before you submit a question. So there might be issues that we may want to look at, whether it be economic development or healthcare or whatever. But the big recap from all four of us, the work is not done. We are still making visits. There's special, we may not have items particularly specific to Nueces County. Whenever the old adage is, whenever the legislature's in session, the women and children of Texas are not safe. So we need to be your eyes and ears there during the interim, during the special, during the rulemaking, and meeting with lawmakers, agency folks. There's going to probably be a change in lead and some makeup of both the House and Senate for next election. Continue working with the agencies, as the judge mentioned. So I'll stop there, and we're all open for questions, but we also know we don't want to be.
Look, and look, the reason it takes so long, guys, to go through all this, we want to thank you for the time, is because this was probably one of the biggest sessions that we've had in the shortest amount of time under the strangest different rules. And so you just have to go through it. Now, if you think that their work is easy and that counties should take it over, I'm going to submit to you, we need another 10 people working on our staff, because that's what it takes, because each one of these individuals has a staff. They have computerized systems that have tracking. It is a daunting, and I didn't even get to mention tax assessor collector. I know if he were here, he would thank you for the opportunities that you gave him to escort him around. He's got a robust agenda all of his own, and that he goes and defends Nueces County just on tax code concerns. And so we work together with him and any other elected that, from the judges who have concerns or e-file systems or jury online systems. It's so incredibly vast. And what you saw, in my opinion, was the highlight reel, but not everything. It's sort of like the thumbnail, if you will. So what we want to do now is just, in the interest of time, allow you guys, if there's a burning question you need to ask it now. But having said that, they're available to you completely and fully. And that's why we say we're a very transparent group. And so make certain that you reach out. It's, by the way, our duty to reach out to them and make certain that you guys are getting all the information that you need. We do have, during legislative session, Reed and others, but typically Crestline, I'll send it to Tyner. We get a play-by-play of the week, okay? I hope that you'll continue that during the summer work. We really don't know the legislative session, what it all entails. It just came out yesterday, right? Yesterday. We're gonna get a second one, okay? We know that. That's in the fall. That's for redistricting. So again, in my opinion, Court, each one of these people have specialties, but together, they're an unbelievably force for good for the taxpayer. We just cannot tell you enough. If you get one bill, just one, that has a fiscal note or a fiscal mandate that's not good for you in the millions, I'm telling you, it's hard to dig yourself out of that hole. So the dollars that we put forth on behalf of the taxpayer for this effort is incredible. And again, we owe it to everybody to give this full report because they've been at it since last fiscal cycle, right? Their contracts are a year long, June to June, and they will be able to, we're gonna have to get them back in the saddle on next court because the work starts July 8th. And that's on a session, not the interim, plus all the agency work that we do. So you want to know why our meetings last till 5 or 6 o'clock at night and our agenda is so aggressive and everybody asks, what's Nueces doing? Because that's what they do. They ask, what's Nueces? What does Nueces think? What is Nueces doing? That's what's called being a leader amongst leaders in urban counties. I'm really proud of that, proud of this delegation. Did we have everything go our way? Nope. Did we do amazing work? You bet we did. And supported our delegation. Did we have a few fights? You bet we did. That's exactly what the process calls for. If you want perfect decorum, go to another country that's a banana republic, because here democracy requires dissension. And so, just so you know, a little color every once in a while is a good thing. It helps keep everybody honest, and particularly as the leader of the county, we just have to work with all jurisdictions. So we have to listen carefully, but help them. But when we have something go awry, we've got to understand how to get it back on course. So Joel, Hugo, Reed, and Patricia, so much good work, but so much work to do. There's $11 billion sitting in the governor's office for ARPA. He needs to know from Nueces how we believe Nueces can benefit from some of those ARPA Texas dollars. There's a tremendous amount of money in the general land office. There's a tremendous amount of money still left over now that we know Texas Mobility Fund. Help us create a plan for our future. We might be here to midnight meetings, but by God, we'll give the taxpayer their money's worth. Any questions at this time?
Judge,
You
I
bet.
want to thank this team because you're right. I mean, all the specialties they bring, and when we had an issue with grants, with the GLO, I know Patricia helped us out on that. That
Yes.
item had come up, 5 or 6 times before us, Tyner at least, and I mean, those partnerships, those connections, the network that you all bring is tremendously helpful. I know you all helped us get a lot of bills passed that may not have without the right team, or kill a lot of stuff that would have hurt us without the right team here. I like that we are talking already the 2023 session because we need to. And we need to really start looking at that once this all settles down towards the end of the year and start regrouping to have something in place. I love that it said September 1 by next year. We need to have everything in place for that. I've already been contacted by partners at the Drainage District that are looking for some items they may want to put up there. And I think that goes to trying to bring in all the groups that we can when we go for our legislative session making, our agenda making, and have at least one representative from every group that we know we may touch, at least in our county, so that they're here, so they can either share a concern or just kind of grin and say yes, that they would support that. That may not help ease everything, but I'm just thinking that, you know, I think of like Driscoll, Agua Dulce, they may have something individually that they're not gonna hire someone, they're just gonna maybe work it out on their own and see how they can maybe get it, working through the local delegation and their staff, but if we hear about a judge and we can maybe bring them on with our group that we have
Yeah.
here, because we're partnering with them, because we wanna support our cities and our towns here in the community, and so I'm sure y'all wouldn't mind helping them out on a bill or two, because it helps them, but it helps us overall as well, so that's really an exciting part to see. I do totally agree that this never really stops. It slows down, or it changes direction, or the feel to it, but it never stops. And so this is my third session now, being here on Commissioners Court, and this is really refreshing to see the team that we have, but the mindset of let's continue to move forward and not just regroup a few months or even a month or two before session starts, or working it as we go.
And I
We
like,
got to do this now.
John, I like the idea of actually creating an interim legislative agenda. In other words, that's, once we know what the governor's going to announce, I mean, we really need to do that. So that's kind of a quick thing that we can do to help them. But while we're at it, we might even add, what is our interim agenda? You know, that way we know, I mean, are we going to talk, you know, about this? Anyway, like I said, we're scratching the surface, and all of you, and I should say this, remember, when we're talking, guys, we're not just talking to us, we're talking to everybody, you know, that's out there. We're also talking about, you know, getting the dollars Nueces deserves, and in order to do that, you have to tell your story every day, not just during the legislative session. So you were there for us when we couldn't be there for TWIA yesterday. We thank you for that. You know, quite frankly, you're going to be there. You heard the woes of our concessionaire with the parking lot. You're going to be there for us, you know, I know, every single day. So I would say let's get that Tyner maybe consideration for our next court, producing a interim legislative agenda. That's what I think I heard today that was very, very critical. Critical as in we need to jump on it. And if there are no other questions, we'll move on. But again, guys, as you know things, send them this way. Ms. Teresa would ask that I remind you that we ask for reports, not because we don't know how hard you're working or how much stuff you've got on your plate. We're not here to reveal trade secrets. The idea is, what could you send to us that I can literally ask Tyner to copy and paste to everybody up here? So that's how we don't violate the Open Meetings Act. We ask you to send the report, then Tyner gets it, Belinda gets it. Oh my goodness, Belinda, that's what I had on my notes. I want to acknowledge Belinda Hinojosa Person as she made the transition this past fiscal cycle. One of her main duties was governmental affairs. So how do we keep up with the four of you when you're managing 1,000 bills that affect us? We use Belinda as a resource. She went with me, with us together. She went on her own. She must have attended a dozen CUC meetings for me, policy team meetings that I couldn't be there at. What a huge, great help you were during this legislative session. And, you know, we needed her to really fill that gap while Tyner was really tackling so many other issues now as our court administrator. Again, you think that, you know, we can do it by ourselves. We can't. But Belinda, let us acknowledge you as part of this team, only you get paid from a different source all year long. But the governmental relations that we bring, I think, in-house, I think you guys would agree that she's been a wonderful asset to you. Thank you. Okay, guys, go have a great lunch. Thank you. Okay, so here's the situation. I want to do one small thing, and then I've been asked to take a lunch break, and I think I'll concur with that. So what I'm going to do, if you would indulge me, there's one last thing. It's under item number I, and it's board appointments, and it's item number 3, announcement by the county judge of the appointment to the Regional Transportation Authority Fair Committee. And that That is in the committee. You'll remember that Jorge Cruzaedo came last court with the team from RTA and asked that I do this for the Fair Committee. And so what I've done is I've asked Commissioner Modis, who represents that rural, not just him, but a lot of that rural area that really has difficulty with transportation. In fairness, I do want to acknowledge Commissioner Chesney was not able to, but I want you to know I also asked him to be a part of it, because I want us to make sure we're covering ground here. All commissioners are going to have input. This is just who's sitting on the committee. Commissioner Modis and I and Belinda Person will represent the county, okay? And what I've informed, and that's how they want it, what I've informed RTA as of this morning is that I can't do that work without involving citizens. I mean, it just doesn't work right. So I've asked Lamont Taylor I'm going to form another committee of 3, and he could be here with us today. He's a former RTA board member. He's a former he's an urban planner. But forgive me, Lamont, even though those are great, I think what you do best is you have a pulse in the community. And through your work in the community, I think you're going to be able to be our greatest asset. But you know both sides of the coin. And so what I need from you is to help me name 2 other citizens, bring recommendations, but I'm also going to allow this commission to also bring recommendations. So Commissioner Modis, if that meets with your approval, we'll turn in our county employee names to the RTA, but I'm going to ask us to form a citizens committee, and it can be more than 3, by the way, if y'all feel, maybe it should be 1 from every precinct? How about that? How about 5, so that I've put Lamont in, and then we'll put 4 more. 1 from your precinct. Bring us a citizen or a representative of a group that would weigh in on the new concept of fares being increased and what the right amount should be for RTA. And with that, it's simply an announcement, no action needed.
Judge?
Commissioner? Yes, sir?
Could I, in looking at the continued length of this meeting, and I didn't want to do this, but I would think maybe for the better part of just trying to continue to move on, I note that the PIO position is on there. It's not crucial that we do that one today since we can't post it until August. Would it be okay to, if everybody's okay with it, I would maybe move to table that
And I have a
one?
few to table too. We can do those next. Sure, we'll go there next. Before we did that, I just wanted to say, Lamont, you have been super patient
sorry.
all morning long. He's here. You can't see him, Brent.
I'm sorry, I
But
thought
no
you were through.
worries,
My
no
apologies,
worries.
Judge. My apologies.
Just wanted to acknowledge you and say thank you for your willingness to serve. And does that meet with your approval, sir? The 5, instead of 3, I know I said 3, but I think it's better if we do 5 and you would be my appointee.
That will work perfectly.
If you wouldn't mind, would you take that mic?
I'm sorry, Judge. I did
I'm
not see
sorry,
Lamont
it's
there.
hard
I
for
thought
you to
were through.
see.
That's my bad. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good afternoon, I know. Sorry about that,
No problem.
Lamont.
Yeah, good afternoon. No problem. I think that will work perfectly, and I'll be just honored to participate in the fare structure for this SMSA. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. And again, commissioners, if you would please give me your names by next court, I will make the announcement to the other 4, and then we'll get us together. And again, this committee will advise, we couldn't do 3 commissioners, guys, because that would have violated the open meetings, but it's, I think Belinda's serving governmental affairs. I'll ask her to take up the task of making certain that you're informing the court of every, action or thought so that they can have input as well. So that way commissioners, court administration has a way to communicate with those that are not serving on the fair committee. Okay, with that, I'll move to the tabling. Commissioner, would you like to, thank you, Lamont. Would you like to remind me of the number? The letter?
Yes, ma'am. It's HR E1.
E1, okay. I've got a motion to table till the next court, which is
Second.
July the
7th.
7th. I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then also, I believe that Mr. Collins is not going to participate today on item number 4. And so I'll ask you to table item number 4. We've already done 1 through 3. That's an update on Metrocom. We wish Peter a
Second the
speedy
motion.
recovery. Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Are there any others that anybody's familiar with that could use a table at this time, just in the interest of keeping them all together?
Judge,
Yes, sir?
and I think this was at my request as well, but I'd be happy, but if someone else did it, I don't want to take their item off. Item 16, which was discuss Commissioners Court agenda development procedures.
Can we wait till next time?
Definitely, we can wait, yes.
All right, I
definitely.
appreciate that, Brent. I'll take that as a motion to table item 16 to July 7th. There's a second. If there's no discussion, it can wait. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, great. Many of these will move very quickly after court. Some of them may not. I noticed that Doug Chavez came way early. I'm sorry about that, but we will get to him as soon as possible. We could even maybe make an arrangement to do executive right after lunch, or maybe during lunch. Would y'all be willing to do that?
That sounds good.
Okay, maybe Doug, hey Doug, we're gonna maybe call you up here. I think I'd like to take at least a 10-minute break to go get lunch and then bring it back in here where we could have executive session. If that meets with everybody's approval, I will read the magic language. At this
Judge,
time.
do you want to do your appointment? That one, I'm not trying to.
It takes
you've
1
got one on
second.
that
Yeah, sure.
Coastal
The,
and workforce,
Yeah,
I
but
know that one's.
mine's open, mine's vacant.
I can make that very quickly. Commissioner Chesney for the clerk is referring to item number I2. My appointment is Ms. Michelle Lozano from Oceans Healthcare, Behavioral Healthcare. That is my announcement to the Coastal Bend Workforce Development Board. There's been a vacancy by Mr. Vince Goodwin, and he'd been serving, gosh, for probably, what do y'all think? Over a decade, representing Nueces County, and he said he'd like to move on, and so Ken Trevino called and asked that I replace, but he wanted to see if we could have someone from the healthcare sector. Michelle Lozano is a wonderful choice, I think, and she's excited to serve. She represents Oceans Behavioral Healthcare, providing indigent behavioral healthcare services in our community at Memorial Spawn. And they're one of the largest behavioral healthcare companies in all the state of Texas. So we're happy to have Michelle serve on the Workforce Development Board. And with that, yes,
Do we
sir?
have to approve that or move?
No, it's just, Tyner, is that an approval or just an announcement?
It's just an announcement.
Yeah,
provided.
it's an
Just an
announcement.
announcement.
The,
Yeah.
the only appointment you have today is Coastal Bend Council of Governments.
Right. And again, that one is actually a let's do it, it's real fast. It's Mr. Darrell Earwood. And the reason
Lance.
that we need this is that he replaces Lance Murphy on this board. Is that a motion?
Yeah.
And I'll take a second.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, that takes care of all of letter I. And so at this time, the time is 1 o'clock on the dot. And, excuse me, I'm giving notice that Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session. Excuse me, got the hiccups. During this time, to discuss matters that are listed on the agenda. It's authorized by provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, and in specific accordance with Vernon's Texas Code, Sections 551, 071, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 86, and 87. And we will do this to consult with our attorney regarding matters of litigation, real property, gifts, matters of personnel, county advisory bodies, and economic development locations, and really any other matter that may be discussed in executive session that's been properly noticed. And upon completion of such session, we'll come back out into open session and take action as appropriately deemed. I'd like to take a 10-minute break and ask us to clear the courtroom, have the mics be turned off, and then I'll meet you guys back here for executive session for all those who should properly be in the courtroom. Thank you so much. I'm gaveling us out, and the time is 1:01. It's 4:05 and we're coming back on the record, gaveling us in. and would ask that you would turn your attention to, actually, we have an item to take up out of executive session. And I would ask the court for a motion regarding items, forgive me, give me just a second. Items,
F, G.
yeah, F and G. And so I'd like to, would you make it? Thank you. Would you make it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't even know, what was our items, F and G?
Yeah, a motion.
Make a motion that, is it with the mediation? Am I?
Yeah.
Okay. Make a motion that we have mediation, conduct mediation between the county attorney, Wheaton Engineering, and ABM for discussions on future services of the Hazel Bays Moore Dog Park. Is that about right?
And that we direct the county attorney to engage in
All right,
those,
we direct
yeah,
the county
to
attorney
engage in those discussions. Okay. All right. And so at this time, what we're going to do is go back to consent agenda. And so in that consent agenda, we have, thank you. A motion and I've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Chesney is joining us here shortly. He's in the waiting room.
Recom-
Give him just
If
a
I may
second.
make a recommendation,
Yes.
the item that you acted on is not an action item. I would ask that y'all would go back to the action item.
Thank you. You're right. You're right. To go back into that regular agenda item.
The regular agenda item,
Okay.
because that was only consult
That's
with
right.
attorney.
Let's withdraw that motion and have it apply to the correct agenda item. So give us a second. So items 13 and 14.
Thank you.
Which one, Judge?
It's items 13 and 14. We're gonna connect up our executive session discussion with the actual agenda items regarding the dog park on items 13 and 14. And John, would you make your motion again?
Okay, I'll try. So we authorize the county attorney to go into mediation, conduct mediation with ABM and Wheaton Engineering for future services with the Hazel Bays Moore Dog Park.
Okay? And so I think I heard it. Yeah, I think I heard a second. Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign.
Aye.
Okay, so the county attorney will be in touch so we can talk this through. And we're going to go back now to consent agenda, and then we'll get right back into regular agenda. But there are items for our consideration, and they're lengthy. It's A through O, A through O. Is there a particular item, commissioners, that need to be addressed in A through O?
H. I'm gonna pull H, yeah.
Letter H, got it, okay. Anybody else? Okay, hearing
John,
none,
did you want-
could I, yes,
John,
ma'am,
did
yes,
you-
sir?
John, did you want to pull O for, then you tell me?
You want to pull O, John?
Do I need a pool?
Oh, no?
No, which one is 8? Does
H
anyone
is
know?
the,
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 8, place 8.
Tyner, I'm going to defer to you. What is place 8?
Oh, let me call
Maybe
it
the
up.
geographic description?
Oh, it's
Yeah.
it's at large.
That's the-
Yeah, and what we needed to do was, it closed. We like to put on there that they're open until filled, and so this just corrects it to say open until filled.
Just wording.
I remind you that there is an incumbent in that spot.
But is there 2 positions or 1? It's 8? Is
It's
at
my
large?
understanding it's only one.
And what about Bishop? Is that one already been resolved?
Bishop is still vacant.
So did we already open the process for that, or?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
It's open to fill, until it's filled.
Then
So you're good?
that was, yeah,
John?
I just needed some clarification on
Okay.
the positions.
Okay.
So I knew there
All
were
right,
2
that was-
vacancies.
Judge, I'm good. I don't have anything.
Okay, so I'm going to take a motion to approve all but letter H at this time.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, and then Now, let's look at item H for the 13th Court of Appeals.
Those are the 6,000 that were for the new CIP, right?
In the CO 2021.
CO
That's
2021,
correct.
right?
That's correct.
Okay, and now all we're gonna do is use that 66,000 to provide whatever they need for that court, right?
That's my understanding. Judge Contreras, presentation outlined what we needed, and Michael might help us out here on the video conferencing.
Does it have to go out for bids or anything?
No, sir. This is a sole source purchase.
Sole
They're the sole provider of the software that we're utilizing for the 13th Court of Appeals.
Okay.
And they provided me with the sole source letter, and then I provided my own sole source letter.
Okay.
And that's all attached on your agenda.
All right.
Thank you,
And I
Michael.
recommend approval.
So move.
And I'll second. And all those, any more discussion about that? Thanks, Michael, for the clarification. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, great. So that takes us through the consent agenda. And you'll recall before we had our recess, we had items 3A, 1, 2, 3, and 4 already I guess adjudicated is the best word, or taken care of, addressed. 4 was tabled
Table.
until July 7th. And so let's move on to MOU between the Food Bank of Corpus Christi for the benefit of Keach Library, both the Keach and the Bishop Branch Library. It's related to the Food Bank's backpack program that's available into the 2021 summer library programs.
So move.
Everything's in
Second.
order here, Jenny? We're good. We've got a motion. I thought I heard Commissioner Chesney to do a second. Someone said second. Second is from Hernandez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. And, okay, so item number 6 is discuss and consider the interlocal cooperation agreement with the GLO, the Veterans Land Board for Management and Operation Services for the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery. We had discussion, legal discussion about this in, just moments ago. It's our understanding that we are awaiting some final, I guess, would it be best to characterize it as insurance information? Would you like us to bring this back, or would you like us to, or do we have the option to consider it subject to the insurance?
You can.
Okay.
You can do subject to, and,
And if it doesn't, if you need to change it, then we'll just expect it back on another agenda for some reason. But I'd like to, make a motion that we approve this interlocal cooperation agreement with the GLO for management and operation services for the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery, subject to the approval by our county attorney's office with regards to the insurance considerations with, I believe it's a workman's comp.
I'm gonna second it, but I got something that's in discussion.
Yes, of course. Let me take your second. And Kara, did you get to hear that rest of that? No. I know. Do you mind if I try to just, the subject to is the biggie.
Right, yes.
It's subject to the county attorney's approval of the insurance, of the remaining insurance.
Would it be an attachment, the insurance attachment?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you,
But
Tanya.
we don't,
Attachment G.
Judge, do we even have
Attachment
an
G.
agreement to approve today?
Yes, we do.
We have she's got an actual agreement that okay, I mean, I know we discussed it, but
And it's
But-
going to be subject to, we're going to see it back on another agenda because we would have to actually ratify its final form. This just gets us to the part of letting them know that this is our item that's,
Okay,
okay,
That's
I'll
that
second it for
remains.
discussion purpose.
okay. And now I'm going to call for discussion. And forgive me, but I'm going to ask Commissioner Gonzalez first because he had asked first.
okay, well, if we're gonna come back and do a final approval, I think I might wait my discussion for them.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to wait for more discussion on July 7th. Commissioner Chesney, is that good?
Yes, ma'am, I'm
All
fine.
right.
What you're
Yeah, he
tabling or
just, in other words, because it's going to come back for final approval, he just would like to make some comments, I think, on the record. Am I
Yeah.
reading that right?
Right.
And so he prefers it on a different day when it's really the real deal, so to speak. The final execution.
I can do it now to make it.
You know what? Let me just call on him now. Why don't you do it both times?
Yeah, let me just do it now. I'm in favor of the Veterans Memorial Cemetery, or whatever the name. You know, for the record, I just want to make sure that long as we understand that the funds are coming from the GLO, and we're going to get reimbursed for those funds, right?
Yes, sir.
Hopefully on a monthly basis, and also to understand that it's just a one-year contract, and we have the option to terminate the contract after the 1 year if we don't want to continue it, right? So this is why
Yeah, just to get it on the record.
I'll put it on the record then, so they'll know that I'm not just against it or for it, but, you know, I will make sure that we got those things tied up, because I've been asked a lot about, where, you know, you're gonna charge them more taxes, you're not gonna give more money, you know, so this is why they'll know that it's coming from the GLO. Okay, thanks.
I think that's a good comment. All right, with those subject to, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
All right, now we're going to move to item number 7, and it's the discuss and consider submission of written comments to Health and Human Services Commission in supporting the extension of the Medicaid 1115 transformation waiver to prolong protection of the local and state healthcare safety net. I'm going to let Tyner introduce this because this came to us and kind of is a template, is a form for urban counties.
Judge, I'm going to ask Belinda to do it because
Okay, thank you.
she actually spoke to Johnny Hip about this.
Thank you. And if you would be so good as to take the mic.
No, it's not.
Either way, Belinda, if you feel comfortable at the podium.
Yes.
So you don't get feedback.
Yes, Judge, it's just as Tyner said, you know, that this came through us through CUC, and I was visiting with Johnny Hip. And basically, the 1115 waiver is coming to an end, and it does need an extension. I think HHS had originally extended it, but there was some technical issues, and so now it needed to go out for some public comment. And so this item is to basically be able to submit comments on behalf of the court indicating its support of its extension. The hospital district actually took this item up last week on the 16th at their meeting, and they basically approved a little more detailed letter, but basically a letter very similar to what y'all have in your packet today. And just for the sake of the knowledge, the 1115 waiver is part of what it funds 2 different programs, which would be one of them being the uncompensated fund, which is what basically provides a safety net for our hospitals that provide care for uninsureds.
Thank you. I'll make the motion and ask for a second, but then we can ask Belinda any questions and discussion. Can I get a second? Okay, I've got a second. Any questions here on this particular item? Again, part of the good blessing of being involved with the urban counties is they really do bring subject matter experts on some of these very highly technical matters. The 1115 waiver is super technical, but boy, do we rely on it. And that's really the whole purpose of the comment, is just to point out that Nueces is very dependent. And I know if we want to keep that tax rate where we want it, we need to keep this 1115 waiver going. I wish Johnny could have been here today, but he could not.
Judge, I did
Okay.
text him.
If he
I don't know
can-
if he's connecting, but the letter's really, really short.
Yeah.
I could just read it to the court.
I think that's smart. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is to the Texas Health and Human Services Commission. There's a name that I'm going to try to say, Richarduri, waiver coordinator, policy development support. It's going to Austin. Dear Ms. Richarduri, on behalf of the Texans in Nueces County, I would like to offer my support for Texas Medicaid 1115 waiver extension. The most important aspects of the proposed waiver extension are, there's only 3, a favorable budget neutrality calculation, 2, a significant uncompensated care component. And 3, vital funding for behavioral health services for indigent Texans. The stability of Texas healthcare safety net depends on these items, and we encourage their prioritization in future waiver extension negotiations. I appreciate the leadership of HHSC on this important issue for all Texans.
Thank you. A copy's been provided to all the commissioners.
It is attached to your
That's what I
packet.
wanted to just point out. So if there are no other questions, I'll call. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, thank you, Belinda, and you'll let them know that we'll get them that paperwork. Okay, at this time, I'll move on and move into items number 8 and 9 are, I would say, interrelated, but we'll take 8 first, and that's discuss and consider the approval of the letter of intent with ABM Building Services, LLC, for the purposes of our capital improvement projects that include the courthouse and jail generators and related matters. And so.
And this is for CO 2021?
That's correct. Well, actually, yes, it is, actually. That's right. The generators are CO 2021. And the purpose here is to continue that process of getting the installation done for the generators. And I guess the best thing to do is, Mike, I see that you're motioning. Would you like to speak for the group, just to kind of explain to the court what this is going to get us to do? Right now, what the court knows, Mike, is that we have procured, well, I would say that we've authorized procurement of the equipment, and we've also authorized some, but not all, procurement of some of the connections. And then the next agenda item is to talk about those facilities agreements. But now take us to where this work would need to go.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Go to the next slide, if you will. So we've got a real short PowerPoint presentation here just to address kind of what you're saying. So the purpose of this letter of intent, as you're saying, is to provide for the installation of the generators that you purchased. The locations for those are the county courthouse, jail here. 2 generators are going in here. There is also the McKenzie Annex Jail, where 1 generator is being installed. Our installation that we will do will provide the county with the resilience option to that, and we'll discuss that in more detail as we go here forward. It also, because this is a PC contract being provided under Texas Local Government Code Section 302, there will be guaranteed savings associated with this project, and we'll expound on that a little bit as well. And of course, as always, this project will be delivered a turnkey solution with no change orders. So go to the next slide, if you will. So when we looked at this project right now, there is an estimate. It is an estimate. It's not a final number, but of about $100,000 annual savings that the county will realize on this project that would be guaranteed, as I said, under the Texas Local Government Code. The benefits of the resilience solution. So the generators, obviously, the first and foremost thing is that these generators are being installed to provide the backup power in those instances where this facility, the McKenzie Jail, loses power. The other part about it is to provide energy savings, and that's going to be provided through 3 different ways with this solution. The energy savings will be provided because of reduction in the the county's peak demand. As you know, your utility billing is composed of 2 components. One is your rate for consumption. The second is what's established as peak demand. And the way that's established is there are certain periods within the year, and we're actually in one right now, where AEP will look at what your maximum demand is during 15-minute intervals. And based upon that, they would add a rider or additional charge to your billing based upon that peak demand. And so you will be paying a higher rate as a result of the higher peak demand. The generators will look to reduce the demand by coming on so that that peak demand doesn't occur and is limited. And so that will reduce the cost that you pay to the utility company and thereby generate savings to the county. The next way is to provide generation back to the grid. So the generators are designed to come on to provide the power, as I say, to the county courthouse or McKenzie or jail. Once the required power amount is provided so that this facility goes to zero consumption, the generators have the capacity to generate excess energy above and beyond the needs of the courthouse, which then can be put back to the grid, again, for additional revenue to be derived by the county to reduce your utilities cost, again, as part of that $100,000. The final way is to provide energy savings through generation when there are energy price spikes. A good example of that was the last cold spell when prices for energy spiked from what is a normal 50 per megawatt to like 9,000. Had this option been in place, obviously we would have the generators would have been brought on. It would have significantly reduced your price exposure to those things when they occur. So those are the ways that the generator will provide the savings back to the county. Is there questions about that?
Well, Mike, I'm really about, when you talk about savings, we've gone through this before, and those things that happen in the roof, that never worked, and we talked about all the savings for the county, and then we never saw the savings, and it didn't even work. It only worked for about a year, or if it worked, I don't know. And I think once or twice, y'all had to pay, or somebody had to pay for it. I don't know if it's the same company.
You're talking about
Country control.
the solar panels, Commissioner? He's talking about the solar panels.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Right. There was, that was actually with the Johnson Controls
Right.
ESPC.
But-
There was two, what we call renewable options in that. One was a solar PV solution that is operational. The other one was a solar thermal application, which was to provide hot water to the jail. And I believe that's the one you're referring to that did malfunction in the past.
Yeah, and the other thing that I just, we're not going for RFQs on this thing here? I mean, how come we're not going to RFQs with this?
So if you go the next slide, and I'll come back.
Let me ask the judge a question before you go, Mike. You're
want me
not
to
going
ask?
to RFQs on this one?
Yeah, so what the purpose of the generators is to address the emergency situation of getting generators. We are in a very big pickle right now because of the extreme weather events. We have done the ordering, so to speak, of the actual equipment, but if we do not act quickly, we're not going to be in a situation where we can have generators for a potential hurricane event later this summer. It's already too late for right this minute, but a goal is hopefully most hurricanes hit in the Gulf Coast and the South in August and September. So that is why we are, but let me just make sure that the RFQ process, in a way, the competitive bidding procurement is being met. It's just being met in a different way. And for that, I'd like to bring up Michael to explain. There are many ways to satisfy the Texas Division of Emergency Management, or any grant or any type of competitive, and we're using a very particular one. The reason ABM is so desirable is because they happen to have it, and they're happening to actually work on boilers and other mechanical pieces. Tell us a little bit about the allied piece of it, Michael, and explain how it does meet the competitive nature of the requirements.
Right, so this is the same Allied States Purchasing Cooperative -7302. It's listed in your agenda, and it's the same one that we utilized in the previous energy savings contract. That Allied States contract was publicly offered. There were competitive bids, and the folks at ABM were selected and awarded for that.
Bids? There was bids?
It went out for
So,
bids, but not by the county. It went out for bids by the Allied States purchasing cooperative. That's who.
So
it's
we got Allied States Purchasing
Where the
Cooperative.
county is a member of
Well,
the
hold on,
Allied
Mike,
States
hold
program.
on, just hold on, let me
Sure.
finish, okay? So we got Allied States Purchasing Cooperative that's got the bid, but yet we're gonna get ABM under the umbrella of Allied. So we using both of them?
No, we're not using both of them. Allied States is a purchasing cooperative, and ABM is a company that competed for a bid under the Allied States Cooperative. They were awarded a bid, which is the 187302.
Because Allied.
And because the county is a member of that cooperative, we can utilize contracts with any of the awarded vendors under that program. It's similar to the buy board and other cooperatives that the county uses on a regular basis.
You know, and this is another thing we don't know about, you know, that we're not advised about these things, Mike, you know?
It's been on the agenda.
No, hold on, let me talk, Mike. You know, I know it's in the agenda, everything's in the agenda, but let me tell you that we're not, or educated, I guess you wanna call it, right? On more than one ways of doing this. You know, you always come tell us about the RFQs, so we don't know what you're talking about sometimes when you say RFQs.
Sure.
So if there's 2 or 3 RFQs, we need to know that there's 2 or 3 ways of doing the RFQs, right? I mean, I'm only thinking of one, and that's the one that you always tell us, right? It's gotta go for a school for bids.
Well,
So.
there's different
I know, well, I'm
purchasing
learning that
methods.
today.
There's different purchasing
I
methods.
know, I'm learning that today, Mike, right? So this is why us as commissioners, we need to know these things, that, you know, hey, you know, there's other ways to do it. You know, and when we come up here, you're surprised with it, and I don't know which way, and that's why I asked the judge. I mean, I'm not meaning to ask the judge that, I shouldn't have asked her if I would've known, you know, but, you know, my perception of our RFQ is, it goes out for everybody to bid, right? So, and not only certain ones, because I know Allied, it's a member of the buy board.
No, Allied is
Member
similar
of
to the buy
whatever,
board,
the
but
other-
it's a
the other
different
board, yeah,
organization.
Yeah, but, you know, but.
And they put that bid out, and everybody has an opportunity to participate and try to win that award.
So
And
when we go for an RFQ, we can't just open it up to see who's the best qualified?
so that the process used by Allied is to award the best qualified vendors.
How about our process?
And the reason we utilize them is because it's more efficient for all of the 254 county purchasing agents not to do 254 separate RFQs when this organization has done the work for us that we can use. And so it's similar to.
But why not give somebody else a chance? Yeah, I mean, I know what you're
Everyone has a
telling-
chance.
everybody has an
There's no
equal
one
chance.
excluded
I know.
from that chance.
Not everybody. I mean, there's people that don't belong to this cooperative board, there's people that don't belong to the buy board, there's people don't, you know, I mean, there's people out there that are probably just as good, but they don't belong to those boards.
Okay, well, what I can say is that this contract is a valid contract, it meets the Purchasing Act, and we're
I'm
selecting
sure
a
it does,
vendor
I'm not saying,
that
I'm
meets
not
that.
saying it doesn't, I'm sure it does, but I'm just saying,
So maybe what we can do is refresh the court's memory as to all the methods of procurement. We could have an agenda item that talks about all the methods of procurement. And just so you know, there's lots of them out there from P3s. We've used this one many times before in the 3 years that I've been here.
Right. And if
This
you're-
is not the first time we've used it, but it's always good to refresh everybody's
well, they
memory.
don't know better, that's why I didn't question it.
And when I get these items presented to me, I don't just accept it like that. I actually go back and look and see, is this a valid contract? Is ABM the awarded vendor? Is the contract currently valid and in force? And furthermore, is the county a member of that cooperative? And is there an item in our minutes before where the county has made an interlocal agreement to participate in that cooperative? And when I check all of those boxes, I won't come in front of you unless I've checked all those boxes.
And the only thing I know that here, if we lose anything, it'll be $24,000, is that right?
That's correct. That's my understanding. But Mike, would you confirm that?
Yes, that's what the contract is in the letter of intent, if we
don't-
choose not to
Right.
use them.
And
Okay.
we're trying to get this work done
I
so
understand.
fast.
Hey, believe me, the generators, it's an emergency, we need them.
It's an emergency.
You know, and I understand, but I just want to make sure we're going the right path on
Hear
this
you.
thing. And the other thing, if we approve do we have to approve 9? Because I don't want to purchase those transformers.
Okay, so, I think we need some more explanation,
that's
so
a
let's just do
Excuse me,
8,
Mike?
and then we'll
Mike?
get to number 9.
Was ABM the only people that bidded for that contract, or they didn't have to bid?
Okay, like I said earlier, that bid was put out by the Allied States Cooperative. They offered it out to anyone who wanted to bid.
So can they give us a list of anybody else bidding?
Sure, that's not a
Okay.
problem.
Can
It's
you
not
get
gonna help
one?
us here, though.
Pardon me?
It's not gonna help us here, though.
Well, I just want to know who else bidded on, under this contract, you know?
I mean, you think
Because
it might,
we can only utilize the awarded contract vendors to utilize this contract.
You know,
if
I understand that, but
Hold on.
I also want to know how many other companies either wanted to bid or were given the opportunity to bid.
So all of that information is available online. I'll provide you with a link to that, and all of that information so that you can research and get that list of people who bid. But there's, like I said, there's also only
Mike,
those set of
Mike,
awarded vendors.
you understand this, you didn't understand what he's asking you to do. He wants a roster of those that bid it, okay? You don't want to research it. He wants you to give him a roster.
Yeah.
Exactly,
Now,
that's what I
the
want. I would like for you to provide. Okay?
Okay, I'd like to say that I think he's gonna do that, so we'll get
I think
that,
that's
we'll
what I
get that
said.
for you. And, so at this time, Commissioner,
I'm finished thinking.
what I want to do is answer your question about 8 and 9. They're two separate ones, so let's just do 8, and then we'll get, I just said they were related,
Okay.
but I hear you. Let's take them individually. And so on item number 8, is there a motion to approve the letter of intent with ABM for the capital improvement projects regarding the courthouse and jail generators and related matters with regards to resilience?
So moved, Judge. So moved.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, Mike, it wasn't in an effort to cut you off.
Oh,
It
no,
was
I'm
in-
good.
It was in an effort to just move us
Y'all need to move
along.
along today, yes, sir.
But having said that, please make yourself available to answer the questions that the court has individually or collectively. When it comes to generators, I think kind of it needs to almost, what it's gonna be helpful is to show us sort of maybe the timeline or chronology. In other words, every court that you think something is worthy of talking about it, come back.
Yes, ma'am. We would be
Because
glad
this
to do
is,
that.
I mean, I'm on a race against time.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sort of glued to my National Weather Service set.
Right, yeah, one of the, I mean, the obvious issue in this whole process is the ordering the generators, the timeline, and getting the generators
Yes.
here. It's a lengthy timeline.
It is, and let's just make sure the court understands, so there's the big generators,
Yes,
right? That
right.
we're about to order.
Right.
And then and that's really gonna be for next summer. And for this current summer, we have a potential, which will come to court soon, what we call a standby generator
Right.
from Romco that we've gotten some bids on. And that's for a standby transformer and a standby, generator.
Right.
Okay,
And my understanding is that there has been some additional work done or is going to be done to provide for the temporary connections and all of those things that's, I think Land is involved in that as well.
correct. And NRG Engineering
And
is
NRG
doing all of the engineering on that process. Okay, fair enough.
Judge.
Yes,
and
sir.
Judge, on this one, just real quick, I want to make sure and clarify that what, I met with them, I've had some conversations, they were nice enough to follow up as they said they would with their email answers. I forwarded that to the court I actually gave it to Tyner, so I didn't violate the Open Meetings Act, and I think he forwarded it. So I want to make sure on these transformers that we're clear, and that is simply that what we're doing now is a temporary solution. We're going to get some permanent ones to upgrade those transformers, and we're going to hammer out in the contracts when we're going forward with all this, that someone will be responsible for being real quick to come if the transformers blow, and we're going to work out a lot of details there, because I think that's real important to note that we're not just buying these generators and transformers without really thinking through this, working through on this, and making sure that we not only provide these generators, but we have the transformers that we need, we have all the backup. So that's all part of this. I'm supportive of this, but there's a bigger picture here that I just kind of wanted to articulate and make sure that the record accurately reflects that.
I think that's fair, and it really ties into item number 9. So I think it's a good prelude to item number 9. And And that is that the next item is discuss and consider the approval of the facility sales agreement with AEP Texas relating to the courthouse generator project. And then separately, there's a second item, and that's discuss and consider approval of the facility sales agreement. So it's two different legal agreements. One's called a facilities sales agreement, and the other one's called, oh, I'm sorry. They're two different agreements for two different places, the annex and the courthouse. And I think there's a little confusion, so I'm gonna say, I wanna know who's in the house that can help unravel this for us. Because when you talked about the transformers a little while ago, what these agreements do, and this is like the second or third time, you know, we have them because Jenny and Francisco have been working on the legal pieces of it, is they give us an access point. They're very, very, we're buying them for, can someone remind me, it's like 10,500? Can someone remind me of the cost? Anyway, it's,
I think one was $10 and the other one was just over 6,000.
oh, 6,000, okay. So my point is here is we're not, no one's thinking here we're buying state-of-the-art equipment. We're buying a portal, if you will, an access. And AEP has always had these here, but we need to have them under our control in order to be able to do the resiliency. And so what we're doing with these agreements is getting access to this power. And we really need to make sure that we get these agreements in place because nothing else works. You can't have the generators unless you have this access point. I think it's very much contemplated, but I'd like to hear from NRG. Or were they here? I thought I saw them here earlier. We're gonna be creating new equipment. New transformers are coming. And so that's what I want you to know.
Excuse me, Judge, I have a question for the gentleman.
For Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mike, would you mind taking the podium again?
Yes, sir. I'm just thinking about what Commissioner Gonzalez said about the transformers that are up on top of the roof.
Not, the solar panels?
Yes, sir, the solar
Okay,
panels.
Okay, yes,
Okay.
okay.
Y'all had them installed there, right?
No, sir, no, that was not ABM.
Well, no, but y'all worked for the company at that time that installed them.
That is correct.
Yes, sir. And they really didn't work for a long period of time, and they still don't work. You know, could you tell me why they don't work?
My understanding is that the piping that was installed with them was not painted on an annual basis. They resulted in exposure to the UV rays that resulted in deterioration and failure in the piping itself.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the explanation, but were you all aware that that job was done wrong?
Again, the job was installed per the specifications.
Thank you.
Again, the failure resulted from not maintaining the paint that was required on the piping as a maintenance item to make sure the life of the pipe was there, is my understanding. Now, again, that failure actually occurred after I left that company, so.
You're not here to represent
No,
JCI, nor would
no.
JCI appreciate you representing them.
No,
And I think it's a dangerous,
I'm trying not to, yeah.
I appreciate you trying to be honest broker here and answer the question, but if we could get an agenda item on the solar power, I'd
Judge,
be
I'm just
happy to
saying-
have
I'm just saying the
JCI.
county's out $2 million, you know, for something that's not working at all.
I would suggest that we take that up with the administration that was here before you or I arrived. And I don't think that that's an appropriate
Thank you, Judge.
agenda item for today.
I'm trying to be open, but,
Yeah.
as much as I can, sir.
Let's
y'all
talk
were
about
there.
the generators and talking about these. Jenny, could you update us? Tyner just passed out. You guys have worked super hard. What can you tell us about the readiness of these agreements?
I believe they've been circulated, and I think we are only awaiting a response unless it's happened between now and my last update from Mr. Pimentel.
So that's why he's here, is to help us out. This morning, yesterday, we had opportunity to visit with him, and he also suggested that he needed some opportunities to speak with NRG Engineering. And we explained how time is of the essence, because we can't get going until we have these agreements. Did you have that opportunity this morning at 9 o'clock? I know they were here.
Judge, I'm gonna have to leave. I had another appointment to go.
Okay, I
But
understand.
know for the transformers.
Yes,
Correct.
Judge, we did meet with
Okay.
NRG this morning, and we did have a discussion with NRG regarding this project. And I know we had some questions, and also my staff had some questions for NRG regarding this project. And at this time, we're still looking at the agreement also. I know that we're talking about, at the end of the day, who's gonna take over who's gonna be purchasing the transformers. Based on my meeting with NRG, is that I think there's a project that's coming up that there's the replacement of the transformer is gonna be part of that project. So as of now, that's the only questions we had. And also, what is it gonna be the cost for the replacement of those transformers? And he didn't mention to us what the cost is gonna be. And also, what part of the project it's gonna be part of, or who's gonna be maintaining that piece of equipment.
So, it's my understanding, that, JP Grom has been, I guess, lead on this. I was wondering if we could maybe get him on the line to answer the maintenance. It's always been contemplated, in fact, it was in our budget last year, that we would have a maintenance and operation agreement. We spec'd, if you'll recall, $150,000. That would have to go out for bid, or we could basically potentially roll it into the maintenance agreement that is already established with ABM for the boilers and some of the other mechanical equipment. So I'm gonna sort of answer that question for you, but I'd let Mike Bailey come up to the podium in just a moment to answer that. But that's the understanding that I had with regards to the maintenance agreement, is that the guesstimate on the cost of it would be $150,000 a year, which would be offset by the energy, I call it a dividend or a payment that we would be receiving. The second question you had with that NRG, that you posed to NRG, was who was gonna own those transformers?
Correct.
Yeah, so that's what this facilities agreement is all about. It's about taking it from AEP to us. We can't get summer generators unless we get temporary generation up. And so the ROMCO PO that I sent you yesterday, did you have a chance to review that?
I was in the process of reviewing it, Judge.
Okay,
And then,
so-
yeah, I just got it yesterday. And
Right,
then-
so what I'm gonna do is skip this item and ask you to go review it, because I can literally review it in about 35 seconds. It's basically a standby pricing, along with what we call you know how it works from emergency management. So those would be the summer work. My concern, Juan, is not what we do next year. I'm desperate, and that's why it's on this agenda, is to get it done so that we would have generation for our jail in case of a hurricane, which I believe to be more likely than not to affect us. How can we get that summer work satisfactory? Like, this is all about getting summer work done. I cannot get summer work done, that's what we call the project, summer work, with generation unless this gets done. And I'm okay with giving you the next 2 weeks on July 7th, but I have to be honest with you, this has been on the court now for probably a month, if not longer. And we really need to get this accomplished.
Okay.
Other than the ownership of the transformers, because I'm gonna try to help you get these answers, ownership of the transformers, the maintenance and operation, and the cost, are there anything else that we could provide for you?
Yes, ma'am. There were some other questions that we posed to the county
And-
attorney regarding who's gonna, if this transformer goes out. I know we're planning on buying new transformers, right? But it's like buying a car. You never know when your car is gonna go out, right? So who's gonna come in and fix those transformers for us within the timeline that I know we talked about this yesterday? Who's gonna fix those transformers within the timeline that AEP can come in and fix those transformers? And I know since they belong to AEP will come within the same day and start replacing those transformers. So in this case, if one of them does burn out, who's gonna come and fix it for us within that same timeframe? And we're gonna have a contract for somebody to do that for us, because our staff can't replace any of those transformers, or they
That's
can't even
correct.
touch any of those transformers.
So when any
So-
piece of equipment has a problem in this courthouse that we can't do, how do you normally do it?
Well, in this case, Judge, my understanding is either, the ones that have these transformers off the shelf, because none of these are at Walmart, the only ones that can have these transformers is either AP, or we hire a heavy electrical contractor that will have these transformers on standby for us and is gonna be willing to do this. So it's either gonna be AEP, or we find a contractor that's gonna have these transformers off the shelf.
Right, so, but I understand your questions now. I know I've got JP Grom. I'm gonna have those questions repeated to him. He's on the line now. Welcome, JP.
Good afternoon, Court.
Good afternoon. The 4 questions that, just to catch you up, the court moments ago approved a letter of intent with ABM Building Services for the purposes of our capital improvement project to include the courthouse and jail generators and related matters, so that that project can indeed begin to commence. But as you know, these facilities agreements are a part of it. One met with NRG this morning, and he has 4 questions. Can we afford to give 2 weeks to get these questions answered? They seem very easy to answer in my book. One is the cost of the transformers. I think we have a budget, at least I've seen a budget, so we could maybe get the cost of the transformers. The second question he has is about the maintenance and contract with regards to those transformers, and that's something maybe you can help identify. And the third is, who will repair the transformers, even though they're brand new? And, who would be the responsible party? And then I think his 4th question, help me out, Juan, I think was who would own them? And I think the answer to that is Nueces County would own this equipment if we were to purchase it. If it comes under any other financing model, well then, obviously, until we bought it, that entity would. Can you help with any
Sure.
of those 4?
One more question, Judge.
Hold on,
On the-
go
on the-
ahead.
On the
Let
effective,
me
on the,
let me
on
get
the
the 4
effective,
done.
on the.
Hold on just one second.
Okay.
He doesn't, there's always a lapse in audio. Give him just one second.
Okay.
He's got
So I'll
another
answer the-
question.
Okay, go ahead.
On the effective date, what is gonna be the effective date? Because that's gonna, I've talked
Sure.
to our county attorney, and that's gonna be a big, major, date, because as soon as we put that effective date, we take ownership of these transformers, and between that and putting in these new transformers or whatever is gonna be done, anything can happen, right? So we just wanna make sure that the county's protected from that, and
Yes.
not have a transformer that's gonna go out and not have that effective date correct,
Yeah.
effective date, so.
All right,
All right.
so
let me try and
JP, go
run through
ahead.
Yeah, if I can try and run through the questions as in the order I remember, Judge, and I may need help.
Of course.
So the cost was shared with Mr. Pimentel a few weeks ago, but I think we're looking in the neighborhood of $50,000 for each of these transformers. That's off the top of my head, but we do have written communication where those estimates have been provided. As far as the lifespan and the maintenance topic for these, transformers will last 50 years or more. They are a zero maintenance item. When they do fail, of course, you do generally have some amount of warning. They are subject to inspection and review. And when and if those inspections occur, we should have plenty of opportunity to schedule a downtime, to schedule a replacement for those transformers. If they were to have a catastrophic failure, yes, there would be a problem regarding the replacement, but that problem would exist even for AEP in order to make that kind of replacement. Despite what some folks might think, these are not off-the-shelf items. They do have a order and delivery time, so there is always that risk. But that risk exists today, and frankly, I believe we're going to improve the condition of the court in the long term as we're replacing transformers that are 40 and 50 years old with brand new transformers to extend the life. As far as the effective date question goes, we have timed the effective date on the agreements to be coincidental with the summer work that is being contemplated by the court. So we are performing some infrastructure design and construction that will come forward to this court and through Michael Robinson's office. The effective date of the agreements is when we complete the summer work, and that's what's spelled out in those agreements. So between now and the effective date, AEP will own the equipment. Post-effective date, the county will own the equipment. It'll be a very short amount of time between the final installation of the generators.
Okay.
So we see this, in summary, Judge, we see this as a very low-risk opportunity to really enhance the overall reliability of the electrical infrastructure at the court and annex facilities.
Okay, great. So you got price answered, you got operation and maintenance answered, and you got effective date answered. And so with those items having been answered, I know I've got Melissa Munguia as well. This is our top priority in emergency management. Do you feel comfortable now, having gotten those answers? And what else can we provide for you? Because I'll stay here to midnight. I don't want to lie to you. Tatum wants to know why we don't have generators. And there's just no reason that we can't move forward with this. How can I help you is there, I feel like I missed a question.
No, I mean, as Judge, as a county engineer, I mean, if the county attorney's fine with the agreement and court's fine with the agreement, I'm
Okay, good, but you keep asking those questions because I want to make sure that we satisfy you 100%. Okay, having said that, JP, one of the things I think could be helpful is everything you just said, let's get it in writing, and let's get it to Juan and to everybody on that, what I call generator team. Really mainly John, Belinda, go ahead.
And yes, while JP's on the line, he can probably confirm for you, but I believe his effective date for the property transfer, for the actual transfer of the property for the courthouse was going to be September 3rd, and for the annex was going to be July 9th.
Okay, and just to confirm, AEP owns them before then, so that's the question on ownership. And then once our summer work is completed, then we own it. So if anything happens between now and September 3rd, we're going to call that AEP number for help. Anything after that, we'll have brand-new transformers, but I will tell you that we have from now to September 3rd to figure out, who is our, I would say, redundancy, JP, that, you know what I'm saying? We should have that worked out. If we did have a problem, let's go ahead and get a pre-positioned contract, before the court to figure out who would help us.
And Judge, I believe you mentioned Romco and some bids that are ongoing right now.
Yeah.
So that work would be the source of your redundancy. So
Got
yes,
it.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You're
And
well
just,
protected.
and that's what I wanted to tell the courts. We're well protected with the idea of these standby contracts. Just so you know how that works, they charge you a fee for being on standby, and then they charge you another fee for delivery. And that's how it works in the world of being protected. Okay, that's very appreciated, JP. Hang on, you never know if there's any more questions. Court, any more questions for JP? Was Commissioner Chesney in the waiting room again?
No.
Okay.
He dropped off. I haven't seen him since.
Okay. All right.
Judge, this is Melissa.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just wanted to please ask that I be included on the
Yes, ma'am.
emails back and forth regarding this. It's very important for us to execute this and have generators for facilities as critical as the courthouse and the jail.
Thank you. JP, Melissa Munguia is our emergency management coordinator. I'll provide you her information if she's not somebody
Yes,
that.
we've been working with her
having-
on the readiness activities
Okay,
for the
sorry.
fairgrounds.
I apologize. Okay.
Yep.
All right, so you know that. All right, so in that case, let's, no further discussion. Is there a motion then to approve said facility sales agreement relating to the courthouse and relating similarly to the annex? It's really the same agreement, Jenny, just for two different locations. Is that correct? Okay. I'll just make that, okay, we've got a motion. Oops, I'm sorry. Can I have a second? Okay, I'll.
And Judge, I just
yeah.
want to point out, we need to make sure that the effective dates are inserted in the agreements, which would be July 7th, July 9th for the annex, and for the courthouse and jail would be September 3, did you say? September 3rd.
All right, okay. All right, I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye?
No.
Okay. I'll be the second. Okay. All right, Okay, so we'll move on to item number 10, which is discuss and consider the approval for the change order number 2 for ABM Energy Savings Performance Agreement and related to various improvements to the Borchard Fairgrounds facilities. And go ahead, Juan, I noticed that you're close by. Maybe you can help us take us through this, and then if anyone else wants to provide information.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, this is for a change order for some ceiling tiles that are getting replaced, some painting that's going to be done at the R&B Fairgrounds, and also some columns that are going to be redone also at the fairgrounds. I know I had gotten this change order a few weeks ago, or a while back, and the only concern that I had talked to ABM regarding this change order is that one of the line items in this has already been completed. And I did talk to ABM and asked them what the process is on that. Normally on a change order, we don't proceed without going to court and approving a change order. But there was the painting that was already been done. And based on Mr. Larry Hershaw, is that they took it upon themselves to go ahead and do that item at their, what did you call it?
No.
At their own will.
At
their
their own risk.
And so that item has been completed. But the rest of the items that are listed here are non-engineering items. And based on that, I mean, we can recommend approval on those items to get approved.
All right, thank you. So you recommend the approval, and Commissioner Modis, I want to defer to you on this. Do you recommend, would you like to make the motion? For
Excuse
this?
me, Judge, this change order, is it $240,000 additional to the
Yes,
contract?
yes, sir. Yes, sir, that's correct. I'm sorry, Commissioner. It's 200 and, right here in front of me.
I'm showing 228,857.
228,857.
We should go ahead and list the funding source, Juan, too.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
the 2021 COs.
2021 COs, okay. 2021 COs.
We've actually got Judge Department 0142, sale of assets, fund transfer to the Fairgrounds Department 0141. That's what Teresa
Oh, okay.
did for us.
Okay. And
It's on the agenda
it's,
item.
right, and I'm remembering now. Did this also include the $85,000, what I'm going to call credit from Global Spectrum on the carpet?
The only thing that I saw in here, Judge, and I have a copy of it, the breakdown, it's 49,000 for the columns, 122,000 for the ceiling tiles. Is that it?
Yeah,
And then
I think it's in there.
The foyer.
In other words,
And then the administration office, and then carpet is 9,911.
yeah, if the carpet's 9,000, then it already has the credit for 85,000. Yeah,
Yes.
Teresa.
Yes, Judge, the only question that I have, and I apologize for this, is I know that the ABM has a bond with us. Is that bond gonna get updated based on this additional $228,000? Are we gonna get an updated copy of the bond? Are we gonna get one?
It's a requirement of our surety. If the contract value increases, we have to notify them
Yeah.
of the increase so they can cover it.
So we will get, so the answer is a yes on the
Okay.
record. I'm hearing, just for the
So they'll
record.
provide that to
They will
Michael?
provide that to legal or to Michael.
Okay.
Whoever they normally provide it to, will have to get a copy
Excuse
of
me,
that.
Judge, what I'm asking, isn't it customary for them to put in their change order before they do any work at all? Isn't that the way the process works?
I'll let Mike address that. There was some painting done,
You're absolutely correct. That is the normal process.
Yes,
We had in our contract to provide painting within the facilities. This actually is to provide an accent color, at about a 4-foot height, I believe, what we call a wainscot color. We had already mobilized our painter. They had already commenced work when this proposed change was brought forth by the interior designer that was working on this project. As Mr. Pimentel appropriately stated, because of timing, knowing that we're trying to not interfere with any of the activities that were scheduled by Spectra in those facilities, we did make the decision to go forward, and we had the contractor moving and in place to do that. And again, as we said, we did do that, possibly at risk.
So, yeah,
But
if we
but
didn't know,
we'd
if we
known
didn't.
about it, we could have had the opportunity maybe to get our own contractor at a cheaper rate, maybe?
I mean, again, we already had painting as part of our scope, so, I mean,
understand.
it was, already, in there. It's just adding that additional color. So, I mean, yeah, I guess possibly you could. Again, we, as we stated, we felt like from a timing standpoint to not interfere with the scheduled activities, we're working very diligently with, the scheduling in that facilities is with all the work to ensure that we do not impact that. So that was why that would move forward, to
So
answer your question.
if we hadn't approved it, then, or if we don't approve it, then that's just on your nickel that we got free wainscoting.
That is correct.
Okay,
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
thank you. And so Teresa, just for the record, I said it incorrectly. We do have other prioritization for fairgrounds, but this is not it. This really just goes into the capital, go ahead.
It's coming, I'm sorry.
Just the right numbers, that's what I'm looking
It's
for.
coming from the 0142 sale of assets, funds that are set aside for the fairgrounds.
Okay, so this is set aside, and again, just to remind everybody, we've been waiting for new carpet for a couple of years. We had some money set aside. We were $9,000 short, that's part of this. And we also are getting the ceiling tiles, the billowing taken care of. I did ask Juan to go out there to make sure that that was something that we felt like we needed to do. And then the other piece of it is, and that, by the way, makes up the bulk of it, is the ceiling tiles. And then the carpets a little bit, and then the remainder is the columns, making them disappear, so to speak, with some painting and some texturizing, I'm guessing, some sort of a texture. And so that is what that change order is all about. Okay, are there any other questions? All right, well, hearing none then, let me ask for a motion to approve this. And a second, please.
No.
I'll second, and then I'll call for the vote now, and then you can give your answer. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
No.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. And so we'll move on then to item number 11, which is discuss and consider the supplemental agreement with Global Spectrum regarding Richard Borchard Fairgrounds, the ballroom maintenance. I guess I can somewhat bring this up. So we just approved the carpet and that change order just seconds ago. Now let me tell you a little bit about what happens when you install new carpet. You learn something new every day. It needs to have AC on it for 60 days straight. Otherwise, the adhesive risks coming up. And so what we need to do is make certain that we have enough dollars, just like we did for IRT, where we were running utilities in there for a certain period of time in this budget. So that's nothing that Spectra normally, we don't normally run like that. But again, we cannot risk the adhesive being compromised. We have duties. So one of the duties when you change carpet on a major ballroom like that is we got to make sure that we follow the instructions, and the instructions say keep it AC'd. So we've done our homework and worked with Spectra and come up with a figure, and that's what's before you here at the court today, is to make sure that we have an agreement with them regarding this maintenance. And I don't know, Tyner, would you like to, Melinda, who wants to talk about this? But basically, we need to make an agreement with them that they'll keep this air conditioning running. We got a little lucky because 30 days of, is already taken care of. Is that right, Belinda? Actually, I'm gonna let you remind me. Maybe it's not lucky. I don't remember if we have some overlap.
So as you note, Judge, the carpet installation for the ballroom, is it off?
No, but you need to position it better.
Okay. So the carpet installation is going to take about a month. So that's going to be the entire month of July. And the county was advised that they needed to run the AC 24/7 for the month of July and August. And so we did reach out to the county attorney's office because we were going to be basically putting this ballroom out of use for the month of July, and Spectra wouldn't be able to be booking any events. And so the county attorney's office prepared this agreement, which is very similar to the IRT. And so it does include a discounted rate for the non-use, for Spectrum's non-use of the ballroom for the month of July. And then we do have language in there that talks about anything that is above and beyond what they normally would have used for the month of July and August in terms of utilities for the HVAC. So we are working with Jason, and he is providing, is going to be providing invoicing and all the billing so that we can review those. And that's, again, similar to what we did with the IRT.
Okay, great. So are there, I'll make a motion then, given that now that we know we're getting brand-new carpet, we got to make sure that we not let that brand-new carpet come up. The funding source for this, Teresa, is that same?
The funding source is going to stay within the Fund 14, between the fairgrounds and the stadium. We'll just reallocate.
Okay. And so I'll make the motion then to approve this supplemental agreement with Global Spectrum regarding the fairgrounds facility maintenance for the ballroom. And is there a second? Okay, a second. Thank you. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, opposed, same sign. All right. And appreciate that. So keep us posted on that. I think it would be nice to have a presentation with before and afters. I was just in that ballroom with all the commissioners yesterday, and it's going to look amazing when we get new carpet and new, what's happening is those ceiling tiles are billowing, and then the new light fixtures for energy savings, it's just going to feel like a whole new, place in there, and I think that's going to really help with the economic development of, and the rental revenue for Global Spectrum, and of course for the county. Okay, I recognize that items 12, 13, 14, and 15 are all interrelated, all having to do with Hazel Bazemore Park. And perhaps you didn't catch it, but as you were walking in, we were making a motion that was then passed by the court. We discussed these items, all of them, in executive session, and a motion has been made by the court. And I'm just here to inform you that the county attorney's office and Mr. Pimentel's office is going to be reaching out to you so that we can have a very, I guess, serious and robust dialogue about the future of the dog park and the services that you're providing. And that, when I say you, I really mean Mr. Wheaton and then separately ABM. And so it's really two types of services. And so I would just ask that if you don't hear from them by tomorrow, maybe you call them proactively. I think it's the court's will to resolve the matter amicably and so that we can move forward as expeditiously as possible. Let's try to get this scheduled immediately. With that, court, I would ask for a little guidance. Do I need to, since I've handled it with an action, do I need to actually go individually and table them or just, is that proper?
12.
Can I do that
12
properly?
We're not going to get the presentation?
No.
Okay,
No.
No, we tabled that.
Can you just table it? And then I'll second that, and then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that's a table. And then items 13, 14, and 15, do you feel, Jenny, that I should go through and?
I
We voted
think
on it.
probably table 14, you've acted on 13.
I've acted on 13.
And 14.
Oh, is that
Yeah, we did act on 13.
same thing on 14?
Yeah.
Okay.
You did 13 and 14, and then maybe table 15?
And then table 15? Okay, let's table, I'll look for a motion to table item 15.
Move.
All right, and.
Second.
Second, and then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, so that's a table, I'm making notes. And then, believe it or not, before you all arrived, we tabled item number 16 before the recess. So I'm already now on item 17, and that's in discuss and consider the interlocal cooperation agreement with the City of Corpus Christi providing for La Palmera Mall COVID-19 vaccination site testing. Not sure that Melissa had a chance, but she's on earlier this morning, and, we're still very active at La Palmera Mall with all 3 vaccines, and that's what this relates to, is our lease and our cost sharing. And Jenny, what would you like to say about this one? Are we all good to go here with this interlocal?
It was going to be voted on by the city on Tuesday, and I don't know the result of that yet.
Okay, can we vote on ours subject to theirs? Let's do that, because since we don't know. And then Belinda, could you mind chasing that down for us? All right, I'm gonna, a motion that we approve the interlocal cooperation agreement with City of Corpus Christi, providing for the La Palmera COVID-19 vaccination site cost sharing. Of course, this is subject to finding out whether it's effective or not, depends on what they did, but that's the motion, and we've got a second. And all those in favor, oh, I'm sorry, are there any discussion or questions? Okay. We're splitting it 50-50, Belinda, is that correct? It's 50-50. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And then 18 is always on for our county through these trying times on our disasters. And Dale, do we have any overtime pursuant to county policy for essential exempt employees relating to COVID-19 or severe weather?
Sure, Your Honor, you should have received the information this morning when we came in showing each event and the activities shown based on the either testing or either vaccine locations. There's only one employee at the moment that submitted time for overtime. That's Edward at the moment, 32.91 hours at a total cost of $1,515.18.
Okay, thank you. It seems very straightforward. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
All right, thank you for the
Second.
motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, Dale, and then we'll walk, Juan left the room, but we've got one item for him. How about if I go to Dale and someone ask Juan to come back? Here he comes. We have the boat ramp. It's a certification of completion. That's good news.
Yes, ma'am. We're recommending approval of a certificate of substantial completion for the Hazel Bazemore Park boat ramp. The project is completed, and we're recommending approval. Public Works is recommending approval.
That sounds good.
So move.
I've got a motion and a second from Commissioner Modis, and all those, any more further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign.
Good, thank you.
And then the auditor has a budget, it's a change order, number 15, and so,
Yes, Your Honor, this budget change order number 15 is, there are only a few departments requesting some, and some are fairly large, but some of them are definitely kind of routine. Basically, my division is asking for more temporary staff because of all the temporary staff I'm having to have for doing some stuff, and this will be reimbursed through COVID once we get everything put together for this. We also had some different costs for the capital outlay, which we know we just had some additional fleet cars from our enterprise rental car that required equipment to be put into them, so we needed to move some money there. And the other largest one is emergency management through some contracts we have with BCFS as well as others. The funds are available for these transfers, and I submit budget change order number 15 for your approval.
thank you, Kara. Thank you, Dale, for that. I'll make the motion to approve and ask for a second.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any other discussion matters regarding the change order? Okay, well, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, at this time, I would like to have, when we jump around, it's always a good feeling to have you guys look back and make sure we covered every item. And while you're doing that, I'll ask Commissioner Hernandez if he has any adjournments in memory of today.
No, I don't, Judge.
And
Thank you.
Modis, Commissioner Modis, nothing? And I don't either, only to remind our audience that I think I read yesterday that we had multiple fatalities due to COVID-19 in our county. So unfortunately, our human toll of this terrible pandemic continues to tick upwards, and our thoughts and our prayers are extended to all those who have been afflicted, and specifically focusing on those that we've lost this week. I'll wait just for the final confirmation that we've attended to every item.
I think that's everything, Judge.
I think we have, and therefore I'm going to conclude this adjourn at 5:20 PM on the record. Okay, thank you.